Oh no. Are we here?
I believe so.
Okay, let's making sure now because my thing started skipping. I was like, oh no, as soon as I hit the live, it started messing up. And I was like, oh no, it's this. And it was doing good all day, and then here we go.
My bad, guys.
No, you're good. You're good. I was laughing because I thought my internet was when it was doing the countdown. It started skipping, and I was like, "Oh shit, here we go." Let me see. Hold on, I'm gonna hit playback real quick. Okay, now we sound good. Let's making sure the playback sounded good. Okay, all right. Yes, let's get it going. Hey everybody, it's your boy Brogi Naric, back again with another live stream. It's going to be for the end of the year, talking about the best and worst, our favorite and least favorite movies of 2022. Got some guests with me here today. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Got my man Alex from Momentum Media. Alex, let the people know where they can find you, man.
What's up, you guys? It's Alex from Momentum Media. If you type in Momentum Media on the YouTube page, I'm the first channel that pops up. We do movie news, celebrity interviews. We have a game show called Real Debates, and we also just do some random content as well. And also, we're going to be doing brand new content going into the new year, which I'm super excited to announce. I'll probably talk about that more towards the end of the video, but yeah, it's going to be a wild ride going into 2023. So yeah, that's pretty much what we do at Momentum Media.
Yeah, I saw you posted some recent videos. I was happy to see you had the three of your co-hosts back together. That was nice.
Yeah, we started the Ask Alex show back, and we're gonna be doing that regularly. So yeah, me and Jeremy and Ian, we started that show essentially together, and we're gonna continue doing that show as much as we can because it's different when you don't have your co-host all the time. But when you do have it, we just try to make the most of it. So
Good. And what the hell was it? Oh, okay. I think that was somebody else. Sorry, I thought I heard a beeping or something. Anyway, and I was like, I thought my roommate had popped back up. Anyway, got another first timer on the channel, Mr. D Movie Man. D, let the people know where they can find you.
Yes. Hey everyone, this is D, movie man, fellow cinephile, popcorn addict, and emerging film critic, coming to you with reliable recaps, reviews, and reactions. And that is the crux of what I do on my channel. I love exploring just everything cinema, from reviews to the occasional reaction to trailers and clips and things like that, and even the occasional TV show recap. It's really just me exploring how much I appreciate that medium and also the impact it's had on me throughout the years. Because I think I'm really recognizing just how much of my own development over the years has kind of been encapsulated in that medium from different experiences with movies and memories and things like that. And I am definitely hoping to expand in this next year, hoping to do more rankings and just more specialized content. Been trying to do flashback, kind of throwback reviews, older films for the longest, and I'm hoping to dive into that as well. And continue, of course, with the live streams, which have been really, really enjoyable. So you can check me out at capital D period space MOVIEMAN Movie Man on YouTube. You can find me on Twitter at D underscore movie man, and then D movie man on Instagram, and that should be about it. Yeah.
Right. Glad to have you. Hold on, I'm in the middle of sharing the stream real quick. I forget about these live community posts that we have
Right.
on YouTube now, so I'm gonna try to use that uh, real quick. But yeah, we was talking about for the holidays what we was doing and all that. You get anything good? Anything you didn't like that you received or didn't receive? D.
No, I did pretty well. It's so funny. I don't know if it's an age thing. I'm not as much of a. I'm not as into like. I don't feel like there's anything I really need. I mean, I'll if someone wants to give me something, I'll still take it. But I'm more so a giver than a receiver. So I have more gratification from giving and seeing people's excitement from that. But yeah, I got some, so I don't, it's not a whole lot you have to do for me, but, got some gift cards, a lot, because even right now, a lot of it has just been the time spent with family that I appreciate the most. But yeah, got some gift cards, and just a couple other special things like little blankets. I got this new Bluetooth speaker I'm gonna have to play around with. So yeah, it's been cool.
Anything you get good, Alex?
Nothing monetary. I mean, I did get some clothes and a couple things here and there. I mean, I pretty much like got everything I wanted prior to getting to Christmas. Like my goal was to get a PlayStation 5 by Christmas. I had got that last year. So I was like, well, now I don't really want anything. So like and kind of like D Movie Man, like I'm more so a giver. Like I gave one of my homegirls a lot of stuff for Christmas. I gave my daughter a lot of stuff for Christmas as well. So for the most part, I'm more so a giver. And then actually because I know it's part of the topic, I enjoy the last little rundown of movies that we had going on during Christmas time. So I just watched those during the Christmas time, like the holiday special of Guardians of the Galaxy, and then different movies and stuff like that. So I was more so excited for the content that was coming out versus actually me getting something monetary.
Okay. I'm gonna add him in now. What up, Cuba?
Oh shit! Hey, we in it, dog.
What up?
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
All right. What's going on? What's going on?
You want to promote your 80 channels that you have?
Yeah, everybody always says that, So yeah, again, Cuba Starks, man, the reinvention. YouTube and got the other one, man. Yeah, that's the one thing. If you're making a YouTube out here, again, hopefully they don't get me. YouTube, if you get me, my name is Hector. It's not Cuba. I don't want you all to shadow ban my other channel. But yeah, that's what happens.
I'm just curious, but what did you say for YouTube?
You know what's crazy? I didn't say anything because look, let me tell you this. Because last year they sent me something in the mail. It was December 2nd. Sent me something in the mail telling me that they had paused my monetization. I've been doing the same thing since that since November 2020. Yeah, November 2020, I think. Which is reactions. That's all I did. So I'm like, okay, and then all of a sudden a year later they paused my shit. I'm like, why? What the hell did I do? I've been doing reactions since 2019. Gained, 8K subs. And all that, but for some reason they got me. They paused the monetization for reused content. What kind of shit does that make?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
You all monetize me for it, huh?
If it's your content, I don't know why they would. Even if you did reuse your content, why would they pause you for that? That's stupid.
Yeah, Tyrone Magnus does it. He's been doing it since early 2010s.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know.
YouTube's a weird one.
Huh?
Alright. I said YouTube's a weird one.
Yeah, then they sent me another one last week. The same email. So they paused it again. So I'm like, man, fuck it.
I'm reworking my list here. Alright, so we'll get into it. Did you watch any shows, Cuba? I know you watched a few movies, but did you watch any shows?
Some Stranger Things. Talking about this year? Yeah, this year Stranger Things. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Don't go too deep. We're not gonna start just yet. We're gonna start it off.
I'm gonna pull it up as well, like the list of all the shows.
Yeah, have your list together. All right, so we're gonna start it off. I'm gonna have the list. We're gonna start off with favorite shows. We'll start off with favorite shows. I'm gonna go first, and my number 10 on the list is. Oh wait, crap! Hold on, I messed up. Sorry. It messed up. There we go. Is Star Trek: Strange New Worlds on Paramount Plus. I don't know if anyone on this panel saw it, but I'm not like a super hardcore Star Trek fan. Star Trek's been kind of in the mud for a while, but this fucking show I thought was really good. I like the cast, I like the sets and costumes and all of that stuff. It felt sort of old school mixed with the new school Star Trek, so that's on my number 10 list right there. Anyone saw the show? Give a shit about Star Trek? Sound off.
Nice. You said a TV show?
Yeah, it's on Paramount Plus.
I didn't know Star Trek had a show.
Yeah, that sounds
I mean,
about right.
I knew they had a show for Picard, but not for that.
Right. Yeah, it's really good. I like it a lot.
I just seen the movies that they had within the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Except the third one. I think they did the third one.
It's set around, what's the show? Discovery. This was the only show I've watched. I never watched Discovery. Never watched Picard. So I was kind of out of the loop on that, and this was like a spinoff of Discovery. But it's really dope. It's like set before the original '60s series, kind of, and it focuses on the original first captain and his squad, and it's got like Spock and a young Uhura, and stuff like that. So it's a dope show, and it's coming back for season 2. It's the only reason why I'll probably get Paramount Plus again, because I had it for free for a whole year. And this is one of the few shows that they had on there that I gave a shit about. But so yeah. D, we'll let you go now for your number 10 favorite show of the year.
So this one is a little this is not your typical show in a sense. This is a docu-series, kind of a documentary series in 4 parts. But I am going to go with Menudo, Forever Young. It tells the story of this Spanish Hispanic boy band that existed, actually throughout several decades, and kind of the impact and the legacy and the dark side of that boy band. And it's interesting, I've grown up listening to all kinds of boy bands or male singing groups, Boys to Men, Jagged Edge. There are so many, Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, so on and so forth. But I had never, I wasn't aware of that kind of that whole structure, that whole perspective.
Right. Were they back in the 80s or were they back in the 90s?
I mean, it was even back further than that. Like, what's interesting about it is, like, this is a group that has been around this has been like over 20 years. So I want to say even kind of going, and even the origins of it kind of started like long before. So even maybe like late 60s, 70s, and kind of on, probably starting around the 70s. But it's what the bizarre point of it, the bizarre aspect of it, and part of why it's called Forever Young is that once they got to a certain age, then they were switched out. So you had more than 30 boys over the course of 20 years. And what's interesting is that I had no idea about this, but Ricky Martin was actually a member at one point. And like I said, you would think it is in some ways your quintessential, kind of rags to riches story. But when you get into the mindset of the person who created this and some of the things that went on behind the scenes, and really how these boys were not protected, and they were just kind of let, kind of set free to do whatever they wanted to do, and that had some very unfortunate consequences. And it was just interesting hearing from so many of them. There are a lot of them, even, of course, it's not all 30, but there are a lot of them that they speak to and they recount their stories. And I'm telling you, it took quite a dark turn that I wasn't expecting. But it was really insightful. And I don't know, I really appreciated the perspective of that. We rarely get to see kind of the boy band and that experience from that standpoint. So I had to definitely include that in my list.
What was that on?
Oh, sorry, that was on HBO Max.
Okay. I knew I've heard that name before, but I'm not familiar with that group. Okay, interesting. Now, Alex, what's your number 10?
So I watched a lot of good shows over this year. Some shows that are even still continuing on going into the next year.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do something very traditional because I've never done this before. So I thought that this season of Law and Order Criminal Intent
This man said Lord Order. Okay, you know, no, that's a show. That's a show.
It is a show. It is not Kim.
Hey man, don't be shitting on it, man.
Yeah, I can't shit on the man. You're right.
Law and Order. Well, that it's the one with Stabler. I forget what it's called. It's not Criminal Intent. It's called
Special Victims Unit.
No. That's the main one. This is the newest one. This is like they're on season 3 or 4.
Oh, this is the one with where the Stabler came back.
Yeah, when Stabler.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Organized crime.
The reason why I would say
organized crime. He said Alex said organized.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Organized crime. Yeah. The reason why I picked this at number 10, I'm not gonna lie, out of all of the shows on my list, but also all the things that have come out, this has kept me more engaged. And I know Law and Order has been around since most of us have been babies. So it's been an ongoing show. But what I loved about, this show in particular that sets itself apart, it's like nobody is safe, including the cops. And they don't care what your whiteness is or what your rank is or who you know. Like nobody is safe, and it makes you really think about the intentions of your partners who are helping you or the people who work inside of the NYPD. So I never, like, for instance, I've watched Law and Order from time to time when it's on. It's not something I'm an avid watcher, but when season 1 of this came out, I was hooked from the beginning. So I had to add this to my number 10 spot because since season 1 came out, I haven't stopped watching. So Organized Crime would have to be my number 10.
I did not know that show had been on for 3 seasons. I literally thought that thing just started. I remember seeing a promo for it. And I was like, oh shit, he finally broke down and got back to that check. I ain't mad at him.
Mm-hmm.
So he was trying. What's his name? Christopher Maloney. He was trying for for a while to get his own show, and it just won't work. So I was like, you know what? Let's go back, get your check. Oh, they're going Nagasi. What up, Nagasi? Get your check and make that money. I ain't mad at him. Great content this year. Can't wait to hear y'all thoughts. Okay. What up, Nagasi? Who is okay? So Cuba, you got how many you got on your list? You got 10 or you?
Now, y'all got way more than me.
Okay,
I'm gonna just tell you all what I did see the Watcher on Netflix. I saw that in like a day, huh?
I don't know what that is. Oh, keep going. I'm sorry, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I forget what the actor. He was in. Pretty sure he was in many movies, but
Bobby
I mean,
Cannavale.
huh?
I think it's Bobby Cannavale.
Yeah,
That sounds familiar.
but shit was crazy. So this married couple moves into this strange house. I think it was like auctioned. It was getting auctioned. Then they get it. Turns out the guy had, I guess, financial problems, and he didn't tell the wife. And over the amount of time that they were in the house, some strange shit was happening. They was getting these shit in the mail. It was like, and of course it was being narrated by somebody. And every time they go to the mailbox, they would show a letter of like, okay, I'm watching you and blah blah blah. I know where you stay at. I know where your kids is at, and know where you work at. And so the wife, over the amount of time, like over the weeks or the months, assumes that the husband was doing certain shit. So it had showed a video of him in bed with this mysterious female, and it turns out like it was like a spirit. And so then over the episodes, it would detail the people that lived in that house, and it turns out those people was getting the same written
Fighting.
Huh?
Somebody fighting in the background? It must be Alex. I was hearing banging in the background. I was like, somebody must be fighting.
Nah, that was me. I was banging on the phone.
Oh, that was you.
You know how we out talking our hands. Shit. Man, you know you do that shit all the time.
Go ahead, continue.
But then it had this one guy that looks like Sway Lee in one episode, right? So he was hitting on a little white girl,
Oh,
and right there. Yeah, those are the people right there. The lady, all of them was crazy as shit. It turns out the black lady, she done made the whole thing up.
Don't spoil the show. Just tell us that was on the show. Damn.
No, I'm telling you. It was that. Those are the people right there. They were
Yeah,
crazy as all hell, dog.
Right. Okay. Don't spoil the damn thing. All right, anyway. So The Watcher. All right, The Watcher.
The Watch, you gotta check it out. And you know that's Stifler's mom right there.
Yep.
Which one? Oh, in the center. Oh, what's her name? Jennifer Coolidge. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's go to number 9 on our list. We'll
Not gonna lie, the rest of y'all probably got to do the rest. Y'all watch more shows. I watch more movies. So go ahead. I'll let y'all know. Yeah.
All right. That's cool. D, number 9.
Okay. So I'm probably going to have to go with The Gilded Age on HBO or HBO Max. So this details the age, kind of moving towards industrialization, kind of the changing landscape of America, as we saw the shifting of wealth and money, and people started moving towards the Midwest and the North, and it basically is kind of showcasing that point. It takes place in New York City, and it deals with if actually, let me also throw in that the creator of this also created Downton Abbey. Which is really
okay. I can tell.
Yeah. And I'm a big period piece fan, but I'm also a big history buff, so the two kind of go together for me. And so it's really interesting looking at these different perspectives of society, especially when it comes to old money versus new money. You have these people who have been, whose families go back generations, and their money is old. They have been around since the Pilgrims probably touched down. And then you have these other people who are struck it rich, and they oil, gold, some kind of industry, railroads, and all of a sudden they have all this money, but they are now moving into these spaces where only the old money have ruled, and so now they're having to contend with these people taking up space in their environment, in their city, so to speak. Let's talk about the various conflicts that come about when that happens, when you see it through the eyes of various people, not just people who are old money and new money, but the people who are workers, people who are, up and coming, aspiring, who were just kind of like working class or middle class or poor. And I think there was just a really interesting vantage point, especially as far as history, and especially what they did navigating the Black characters in Black society, because a lot of people don't realize that there was a fairly rich, well-to-do upper class Black society around that time, and they highlight that also, which is really nice to see. And the entire series, I was able to recap. I went through the entire series week by week, and so if anyone's interested in watching or listening, kind of getting a sense of what the show is about without having to necessarily watch it, you can definitely check that out. But Gilded Age, I really enjoyed it. There are some things I would like them to improve on, maybe with writing and kind of developing certain characters, but I think they have a really good foundation on it. I would love to see how they build upon that after this first season.
Okay. Yeah, I did hear about that show, and I'm not the biggest period piece person, but hearing that it's sort of like Downton Abbey, I can see how how that would be popular and all of that. Another one for HBO Max. Hopefully it does well, because Zaslav, he cutting everything. So if it's too expensive, he might get that shit up out of there. But right. Alex, number 9 for you, sir.
Well, this one was a sitcom for me. It was a sitcom that they put on Netflix, and I really, really, really enjoyed it. I was pulling up my list. Oh, there it is. Okay. I really enjoyed the Upshaws this season with Mike Epps and Wanda Sykes.
Yeah.
Not what's her name? Regine, like the girl.
No, Kim Fields. You think of Regine?
Kim Films. Regine from Living Single.
Living Single. Okay.
Yo, this show, I feel like it's a combination of Martin and the Cat Williams show with the in Living Color. Like it's such a combination of sitcoms where like whoever the writers are, Netflix is telling them like, "Yo, go ahead and just run with it." Like they're cussing in it, like they're using words like "fuck" and "shit" and
Oh,
like
Right.
they're
My. Oh
like
my.
it's like they keep calling Mike Epps a nigga because he ain't shit, but
Oh
he paid for
no.
everything.
Let
Like
me check that out.
it is
I heard he has a good show
hilarious.
because I don't really do well with like sitcoms anymore unless there's a certain level of cursing. And you telling me that there is a certain level of cursing and realness, I might check that out.
Bro,
So
oh my god, like yo, it's part 1 for season 1, part 2 for season 2. They got renewed for part 3, thank God. But oh my god, this was hilarious because the way season 1 ends, it ends on a cliffhanger, and when you pick up and watch it again this year, oh my god, like it's a get out of jail free card, but it's still saying Mike Epps' character ain't shit because he has a history of doing certain things.
now,
So
is there a laugh track? Is there a laugh track?
I don't think so. I don't think so because the laughs sound different per every scene, especially when
Okay.
Wanda Sykes is on camera. Like Wanda Sykes literally just not gives a fuck. Like she's like every time she says something, it's a cuss word or a very ignorant statement to
Of course.
somebody she's in the scene with. So it's a funny show. It's on Netflix. I encourage anyone to watch it before Netflix cuts off the password sharing. So
Yo, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, they trying to cut their own money out. They really don't
yeah,
want people to use Netflix. I don't. It's crazy.
yeah, yeah. So it's a definitely funny show. It's like 10 episodes per season, or it's either 8 to 10 or 10 per season. It's really funny and it's really engaging. So and it talks about a lot of current issues along with merging that 90s funny entertainment. Like if you were a fan of the Fresh Prince and Martin and even the Jamie Foxx show, how they would push the line with
Yeah,
certain jokes. In this show, they go over the line. So I think
yeah,
if you like those shows, you'll love this show.
yeah. I completely forgot about that shit. I remember seeing it drop. Like I said, I don't really do sitcoms like that anymore, so it
Mm,
kind of I just didn't really pay attention to it. So, but
mm,
it's good to hear that. I might have to throw that on the list now.
mm.
Cuba, you good or you?
Nah, I got one.
All right, what you got?
I got Bel Air.
Okay,
What?
okay. I did see Bel Air.
Yeah,
Mm.
because that came out this year. It was February. Now I still have to go back and like watch like the last 2 episodes, but I did see the majority of it.
Oh, you didn't see the last 2 episodes?
Nah, I
That's
ain't
probably
gonna
like the
see it.
best two in the whole.
It was like the best two
series, huh?
episodes. Yeah,
Well,
man.
I'm gonna go and check it. I'm gonna go check it out. But I mean, I do remember a lot of people shitting on it. They was
I
like,
mean,
"Oh,
it's
is
a
this?"
trash
It was
show.
fine.
Like all jokes aside, it's a very dumb show. But
I thought it was alright. I thought it was cool. I thought it was
I mean, I do like the the twist of it's. They have the same names for the characters, of course, but it's so much different compared to the '90s show.
yeah.
Like when we all know, goddamn, Hillary.
I
Damn.
like Hillary. I like Hillary more in this show. They gave her a little bit more. Um, Bel Air caused so much controversy, especially that. Yeah, people. Yeah, Ashley was. They didn't really do anything with her. Like they built her like she was
didn't
going to
they
be
didn't they make her
something.
gay?
They did, but they didn't do anything with it. It was just
She was
kind
barely on
of.
the show, right?
Yeah. Like I had no problem with that. It was just like, well, and then they just kind of dropped the storyline midway through the season. I'm like, are we doing anything with this? Are we
Yeah.
going any direction? And they was just like, nope. And I'm like, I guess next season. But that wasn't like,
Man,
I didn't like Carlton. Carlton was my problem.
he
I
was a
didn't like.
crackhead, wasn't
Yeah, he was like
Yeah.
high on pills, and then he's cooning, and I'm like, what you doing to Carlton, man? Carlton
Straight
was that.
cooning.
he? They got
Like,
Will
what
and
you
Carlton up there, fighting over the girl. What was her
Yeah.
name? What's her?
Lisa?
Lisa. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, I mean, look, he said Coco Jones.
I will
Yeah.
say though, I don't like how they make Carlton a coon because Carlton in the actual show, you could say he did some cooning stuff, but Carlton was a straight A. Carlton was a nerd who
Yeah.
liked things that most black people wouldn't like. But the one thing I would say, he never sold out.
No,
Like
he didn't.
Coco.
No, he
So,
didn't.
and that's what I did not like about what they're doing with this Carlton. Like, this Carlton is selling out, like allowing white people to say the N word. Like, The Carlton that we
Yeah.
know would not allow that. But that was my gripe with that.
Yeah,
Now,
I can't even say the finale bit because there was a cameo in there. I don't want to ruin it for you, Cuba. So.
well, I already, it was Marlon Wayans, ain't it?
Yeah. It was
Yeah,
really good.
that now I seen I didn't see the whole episodes, but I did see when him and Will got into it. So that was some great fucking acting by both actually. But Marlon killed it. But yeah,
You,
I mean, huh?
No, I was about to ask D. Did you see Bel Air, D?
I did, but I can't expound upon it yet.
It didn't stick with you, or is it later on your list?
It might be.
Okay, all right. Keep going, Cuba.
Yeah. So, I can't wait for season 2. After I finish watching these last couple and episodes, I'll go ahead and watch season 2 when it comes out. So
Yeah,
that's that.
I'm looking forward to season 2. I hope it's good.
And then Jeffrey's a damn ain't he like a hitman?
Oh yeah. Jeffrey's like the fucking. Well, he's not the hitman. He more like the moving.
He's a
shaker.
CIA agent.
Yeah, he the one that makes the calls. Uncle Phil tell him what to do, and he the one that get his hands dirty. I like Carlton in that. Not Carlton. Jeffrey in that too. But
yeah.
Bel Air was cool. I didn't hate Bel Air. I liked it. All right, so I'm gonna go. My number 9 is Cobra Kai.
Oh shit! Damn it! Fuck you, man. I was searching for it, man. Damn.
Cobra Kai season 5. Well, for me, it's Cobra Kai season 5 and the series because I binged the entire series from most of this year, and then season 5 dropped in September. So the beginning, like towards the end, not this shit. I know. The kids hate. The guys hate. But I binged the whole series from like the end of 2021 to the early part of 2022. I kind of took it off for a while. I finished up season 4 just in time for season 5, and I fucking love this show. I'm not like a super fan of the movies. I've only seen the first one, but I like the respect that they have for this franchise and bringing back the old characters and manipulating things and giving everybody deeper backstories. All that shit is dope, and I love it. And I know Netflix is doing something with the Power Rangers. Hopefully, they'll hire these guys.
Oh
to do
God,
it.
no!
Wait, what?
That would be lit. Cobra Kai, Power Rangers with the Cobra Kai style. That would be fucking amazing.
It would not.
That would be fucking
garbage.
amazing.
Well, Tommy's not here, so what the fuck? What's the hell?
Well, I mean, they'll have new people, of course.
It don't matter if he's here or not. Like Power Rangers is a stupid concept anyway.
That's what I'm saying. If you get the Cobra Kai guys to updated a bit, that shit would be. That would be. I hope it happens.
Garbage.
It's not happening just yet. That's just my dream. I hope it's happening because Netflix is doing something with Power Rangers.
Well, they are doing something with Power Rangers.
Yeah, I would love to see the Cobra Kai.
I didn't know that.
Take care of it. Yeah. But yeah,
Cobra Kai's on my list too because Cobra Kai is. It's like a time capsule bringing you back to if you were a fan of the old movies, going back to the nostalgia, then also watching the new characters interact. And what I love about Cobra Kai, if you watch it from season 1 up into season 5, it's a current thread of forgiveness. That's all it is. And it takes a lot for certain characters to get to that point, but it is a really good show. It's this show is definitely on my list as well, but it's definitely not number 9 though. No.
Well, it's 9 on my list because I got some other heavy hitters.
Yeah, y'all seen way more, but certain shit about the show pisses me off. My girlfriend too. It's like they get in all these fights, but really don't get arrested.
That's true. That is true. They be doing some hella thugging and then nobody getting arrested. That is true. True. That's like the fantasy, I guess, element of the show.
But I mean, season. So is there gonna be a season 6?
They said there is.
Yeah, they said there is. I don't know what the hell they're going to do, but there will be a season 6.
Yeah, I'll be looking out for it because I remember when I was going to Florida, I finished watching it. That was around the same time I was watching The Watcher. So I was on a plane watching the last couple episodes. Yeah.
Nice.
I feel like where can they go after? I mean, season 5.
That's the thing. I don't know where the hell they go.
They took out everything. So at this point, I mean, you're going after
Kreese.
Kreese who got out of jail again.
Kreese is on the run.
I feel like that's a moot point at this point.
Right. unless Kreese turns into Rambo, I don't know what the hell else they're gonna do with this franchise. Like, but
Right.
other than that,
I tell you, I met him at Comic-Con.
yeah. Well, you told me. You didn't tell
Yeah.
Street.
He was cool though. I think it was like
Any
20
thoughts on Cobra Kai, D movie man?
Unfortunately, no, because my expertise is limited to the movies, which I have not seen in a really long time.
Okay.
I've heard great things about it.
Okay. Number 8, Alex, you're up.
My number 8 pick is the one and only Cobra Kai.
Okay. Wait, number 8. Oh wait, are you mad at me for putting that number 9? You talking about it was definitely not number 9. You got it at 8.
Yeah, I got it at 8 because there was a lot of other dope stuff. My criticism for Cobra Kai though would be because I watched all of season 5 within 2 days, and what I love, which is another pick of my of the shows. There was one particular Netflix show that I won't say because I'm afraid it's one of your picks, where they release every episode weekly. I kind of wish they did that with Cobra Kai because this show, and from every episode, it kept you on the edge of your seat. And like I said, I love the progression of each character. I love the progression of Tansu, the Asian guy. Chosen. And but what I don't like, they depowered Hawk. Like I feel like Hawk was so confident.
Yeah.
After they kind of rebranded him, I'm like, Hawk's a bitch in a sense. Like, come on.
Yeah, he
bruh.
was. Yeah, they depowered him a little bit. I see. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but I love Cobra Kai. I could watch. This is one of the only Netflix shows that I can go back and watch over and over and over and over again. So I can't wait for season 6. And if we are going to get a season 6, it's probably going to come out September of 2023, like they normally do for each year. But I can't wait. Let's see what else they have in store. But I think, mark my words, I think season 6 is probably like the last rendezvous of Cobra Kai, because at this point, what other stories can you tell?
With 6. Yeah,
I do think that they're going to introduce. If you've seen the Karate Kid 4, where Mr. Miyagi has a new student, and it's a female. I forget her name.
Hilary Swank.
Hilary Swank. Like they said that her character or her kids may be introduced into Cobra Kai, which also sets up a whole nother line of storytelling, which I think is good for one season. So that could be season 6, but if they don't introduce Hilary Swank by season 6 at this point, I think it's pretty much done.
I agree with that. All right, Cuba, you got anything? Or?
I'll pick. Well, I'll probably go higher because again, y'all watch more shows, so I'm not going to go by the rankings. But
we'll see.
Yeah, right now, I'll say 'cause I've been watching The Best Man. That it just came out on Peacock.
That did come out, yeah.
Oh yeah, I watched that last night. That was pretty good.
What's it called? The Final Chapters.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I've started. I didn't finish it, but from what I've seen, I mean it's pretty good. I like how it still details everybody's outside. I guess what they got going on. Morris Chestnut, of course. If you ain't seen the one that came out in 2013, lost his wife, and he's trying to cope with that alongside Taye Diggs' character and Nia Long. But so far so good. I have to check that out. And yeah, did y'all know Terrence Howard? I think this is gonna be his last role because he said he's gonna retire from acting.
Yeah. That's what he says until them taxes is due. He'll be back there. Nobody's trying to hear that.
But that's all.
He has a diamond company, so if he wants to stop acting, he can.
Wait, he got a diamond company?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Good for him. Yeah, maybe that's why he want to retire. He's like, shit, I got diamonds now. So yeah, maybe we'll see. Okay.
Whoever that is on the right, though. God damn.
Am I?
Okay. Melissa de Salsa?
Huh?
No, Melissa de Salsa, Shelby?
Yeah, what shows was she in? She's been in
a lot, especially like in the 90s. You would have to probably look it up because I don't know if it would be anything that you would remember. Because this was the first movie. Sorry, The first movie was my introduction to her, but she was in a lot even before that. She's been in other stuff too. So.
Yeah, late 90s. Oh, she was in Miss Congeniality.
Yeah, she was.
Okay.
All right. I'm next. Number 8. I got. Oh wait, hold on. Move that. Number 8. I have. Who was that? X-Men Holiday. I have. The hell is that shit?
Say what?
In the T's? Hold on. That wasn't me. There it is. All right. I got The Expanse, Season 6. I don't know if anyone on this panel watches The Expanse. It's on Prime. It's fucking awesome.
I've seen it.
The final season started at the end of 2021 and it ended early 2022. It's fucking awesome. It's the final season. Hopefully Jeff Bezos will bring it back. I think they're gonna make movies as opposed to seasons, but it's a really dope show. It's basically it's like a realistic take on the future. It's set like I think like 300 or 500 years in the future or whatever. But it's a very realistic take of what the future is going to be like. And you got the 3 factions. You got Earth, Mars, there's people living on Mars now, and the Belters, or the people that live like in between, like on different like space stations and shit like that. And it's like a lot of political intrigue and shit like that, but they're all fighting for survival. And then aliens kind of come into it a little bit. It's not really like sci-fi in terms of aliens, but it's just people trying to survive and shit. Like, dope show, well acted, well directed, well written. It's fucking awesome. Check it out if you get to check. First season, I will say, is rough because it's a bit weird the way they structure it, but everything after that is fucking great. Check it out if you get the chance. Span season 6. It's fucking dope. Anybody seen it? Know about it?
I've seen it, and I agree with Brogi. The first season is rough. I actually called it trash after the first season, but after watching it, it's okay. It's definitely not. It's definitely not trash once you get into the second and third season.
Yeah,
it does slow down though once you get to like that 5th and 6th season, and then once you get to season 6, it's a little bit better. It pays off at the end.
Yeah, because it started on Sci-Fi and then they got canceled, and then Jeff Bezos was a big fan of it, so he got it and put it on Prime, and that's when I started getting into it. Before season 4 dropped is when I binged it, and it's fucking awesome show. So
I'll check it out.
Yeah, check it out if you want some sci-fi. Yeah, if you want some sci-fi, some good action, some great characters and shit like that, it's really dope. But The Expanse.
I looked it up. It got the guy from he was in The Punished, Thomas Jane. The guy from
he's only in the. You know what? I'll leave it alone. I don't want to spoil nothing. Anyway, he's great. I was about to say something that someone accused me of spoiling shit at work, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna stop talking. It's a great show. Yeah, he's awesome. Check it out. What was that? Number 8. D. Number 8. What you got?
This one is a big surprise for me because it's connected to a franchise I have loved since I was maybe like 2. But I was not really here for this, and I just kind of felt like, is this necessary? Are we just trying to extend this franchise once again, bring it back from the dead, so to speak? But surprisingly, I've really been enjoying it. That would be Wednesday.
I knew it.
I gotta check that out. A lot of people have been saying
I knew that's what you was gonna say. I was like, I think I know where you're going with this one. I knew it.
Yeah, and see, so not the first, because so the Addams Family films from the 90s, those are like special, like they hold a special place in my heart. Partly because those are like they, especially the first film, probably one of my earliest film experiences in my VHS drawer that a lot of people had around that time. That was one of the first or second movies in the drawer. And it was one of those films that really not only introduced me to the Addams Family, and later I found out that there was an original series, a black and white series from back in the day. But it was probably the earliest introduction. Huh?
I'm sorry, somebody just popped in, but keep going. My bad.
Oh, okay. But it was probably my earliest introduction to stories that had a dark edge, and were macabre, and had a twisted sense of humor. Like watching those, I love them. But you know, and then of course, sadly, Raul Julia died, and so it kind of ended those first two films. But so then seeing kind of where it's gone over the years, the first, you know, the computer animated films, first one was cool, second one was kind of tragic. So when they announced this, I was like, ugh, I think we haven't really done anything to elevate this brand or this franchise, so I don't really think we need this. And then I struggle with teen-oriented stories, you know, teen angst and that kind of stuff. It really gets on my nerves. Like, rarely are there stories that appeal to me from a teenage perspective. I find it obnoxious. But I think that the fact that this isn't the Addams Family per se, that it is about Wednesday, and that we are getting these really interesting dynamics in this academy with these different creatures, with these, you know, different kinds of species and things like that, and then this really creepy kind of mystery that's going on campus, and you know, Wednesday kind of trying to figure that out. I think Jenna Ortega. I mean, this has been her year. She's been in X. She's been in The Fallout. She's been in. I'm missing a couple more. Like, she's been in a little bit of everything this year. And as someone who loved Christina Ricci as Wednesday, I have to say that it doesn't, like, I feel like she's right on the same level, but this is a new direction that they're going with it. So I feel like it's great, but it's great in a different type of way. And I feel like she is probably the most compelling aspect of it. And I think that the characters are interesting. I think the writing, especially, like everything that Wednesday says and comes out of her mouth, like there is that kind of that dark charm and that dark, sinister, but comedic element that's there. Really been enjoying that. I would say if there was anything that didn't really work, it's Captain Zeta Jones and Louise Goose.
What? They were dope.
They were dope. They weren't horrible, but I wasn't 100% on them. I don't think they were bad, but maybe it's because we didn't get enough time with them and they were more supporting.
Right.
I wasn't huge on it, but I'm not. I wasn't. It didn't take me out of the series. And even with Louise, some people are mad because they expect him to look like Raul Julia, whereas the original design.
Yeah, he looked more like the original drawings.
Yeah, so I actually appreciate that part of it. It's just that maybe it's because we didn't get enough time with them. That didn't 100% work, but like I said, nothing that was bad, nothing that detracted. And I like that that this series wasn't afraid to really get dark. Like some of the stuff we saw, some of the violence, some of the references and things like that, I really appreciated that. So and I think that's what that distinguished it. That is what distinguished it from my initial perception, because I was not here for it enough.
Yeah, I really liked Fred Armisen as Uncle Fester. I thought he was really dope too.
Right.
And I was just surprised that Tim Burton actually didn't botch this. I was surprised at how many episodes he directed. I think he directed like the first 4 or 3 episodes. And it felt like Tim Burton, but not too much like Tim Burton, which is the best Tim Burton. So, I enjoyed it a lot. But coming to the stage, I don't know if you can hear us. So let's see if you can. We got my man Critical.
What's the word? Happy holidays, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
What's up?
My bad for being tardy for the party, man. There was a lot going on.
You are fine. You are fine. You know how it is. It's good to have you. We talking about favorite shows, favorite movies. We're on shows right now. We done did what we did. We did 8. What do you? If you have the full list, do you have a number 10 and a number 9?
Unfortunately, I did a top 5.
Okay, all right. 5. I'll save you for 5.
Save it till I get down to the 5s.
Okay, hold on. Save you for the 5s. Okay, we just did D. Okay, so we're moving on from 8 to 7. Cuba, you got a 7?
You know what? I'll say I'll put She-Hulk up there.
Okay.
What? Yeah.
Hey, Alex. People like the show, Alex. God damn.
No, well, no. I seen it, so. But Attorney at Law. I mean.
Hell, I saw Sesame Street too. That's what.
Damn, you must ain't like this shit, huh?
No, he was not a fan.
But yeah, I don't know if this is gonna be if they're gonna have another season or not. I'm not sure. She might be in the
I
next.
hope not.
Yeah, I don't know if they need another season. I
God
really
damn, they really don't like this shit. But
I mean, it was fine. It was fine, but I wouldn't. Yeah, I
yeah,
don't
I ain't
think
gonna
it needs
hype it up like it's Falcon and the Winter Soldier or nothing. But I mean, she's a law. She's the Hawk. She's damn near stronger than the goddamn Hawk.
She's not.
You said she's not.
She just has better control over powers. She's not.
Cuba, you picked this as number 7, but
No,
Hey,
you,
that's number 7. That's his list.
that's what I'm saying. Like, you picked this as number 7 over the best man final.
No,
chapter?
look. Mine isn't ranked.
Yeah, his
Oh, okay.
Mine.
I was about to say.
He doesn't name shit he watched. That's all he doing. Right
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I watch. Yeah, y'all
Okay.
watch way more. I might just wait till you get to the top 5 like Critical.
Hey, you good? All right. So,
But I mean, yeah. Go ahead. I'm pretty sure y'all seen it. So some of I don't know if y'all got a top 10.
We did a whole stream. Number 7. Yeah, it was a fun ass stream. Number 7 for me, it was a 2-parter. Ozark season 4. Was it 4 or was it 5?
I gotta watch season
4.
1.
I think it was 4.
Yeah, it was 4. Season 4.
Mhm.
I fucking love Ozark. One of my favorite original Netflix series. I know a lot of people was upset with the ending. I thought it was fine. It made sense. The show was about the birds. It's gonna end with the birds. So I'll leave it at that. Well acted. Yeah, I thought it was dope. It's not quite Breaking Bad, but that's what a lot of people compare it to. But it's a good show. It's about a guy and he's a money launderer, and he's a money financial expert, and he's laundering money for a Mexican cartel. Some shit goes left, and he has to move his family out of Chicago, and he saves his life by saying, "Hey, I know how to launder your money through various vacation traps and tourist sites down in the Ozarks, down in is it Mississippi or they're in Arkansas? They're in Arkansas, right? Yeah, I think they're in Arkansas. And laundering money, and the family gets involved, and it's a whole lot of craziness. This season, the drug cartel, they're much more closer to the drug cartel. There's the boss's nephew comes down, and he's keeping tabs on them and causing trouble, and they got to deal with that. It's a dope series. Jason Bateman. I can't remember who plays the wife, but fuck her. She is the worst. And my girl Ruth, I love them. Great show. Ozark season 4 is my number 7. Anybody got anything to say about Ozark or anything?
Dope show.
Man, I ain't finished.
I have to get on it.
Yeah, Ozark is the shit. Check it out. D, you're number 7.
Yes. So this one is definitely has probably flown under the radar, and some not so great things have happened as far as its future, but I'm hoping for the best. This is Minx on HBO Max.
Say it again.
Minx, M-I-N-X.
Minx, okay.
Yeah. And so basically, it takes place in the 1970s. Again, period piece.
Period piece. There we go.
But basically, it's about this woman.
This was a show they gave a second season, and then they said, "No, we canceling that shit." Yeah, I've heard about this.
Yeah, for good reason.
Which I can say a whole lot about that, but I'll let it go. And it takes place in the 1970s, and it's this young woman who, educated, but very tight, very tight knit, very kind of stuffy and stiff. She's all about women's lib and liberation and all of that. But no one really wants to hear what she has to say as far as writing and trying to establish herself. So inadvertently, she joins forces with a guy who is the complete opposite of her. Like, he's all about, hey, women, sex, bust them legs open, legs to the moon. Like, they are complete opposites. But they end up unexpectedly joining forces to create an erotic magazine for women. And I had no idea. I mean, because I feel like whatever their little preview I saw, it just alluded to the fact that they were having to kind of resort to something that was inappropriate, and, whatever else would come out of that. But no, it's very much about them navigating this new business relationship and doing something that, especially kind of at the time, even though you had things like Deep Throat and stuff that was kind of emerging during that time, they still were very much ahead of their time as far as what they were doing. It's about the pushback that they get, about how it kind of changes, the culture, and just like a lot that comes about there. And I'll just say this: I wasn't prepared. My eyes were not prepared for these sights that were seen throughout the world. But I'm mature, so it wasn't a big deal. But it was a couple moments I was like, I had to remind myself that it was HBO.
Right. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard of it until it got canceled, so I was like, oh, well, I don't know if I need to watch it now, but yeah, it sounds like I love what's his name, Nick Johnson. I love him. So
yes, he's really good.
Yeah, I can see why that'd be pretty
funny. Good. And I'll say this: even though I can take or leave stuff that's real raunchy and over the top, but when it's done well and it's written well and all that, I can really really appreciate it. And I feel like this is a good example of a show that takes comedy and takes kind of raunchy, kind of over the top stuff and makes it work really well.
Okay. Alex, your number 7.
So my 7th pick is a pick that some of you probably have seen or probably haven't seen, but I think it's one of the most underrated Netflix animated shows ever, which I would have to say Arcane is my number 7.
Wow, that's dope.
Okay,
Arcane
all right.
Was, mind you, I've never played. Well, I played League of Legends before. Anybody who's played League of Legends, it's literally like side scroller, like BS. Unless you really like it, like
yeah, that's what I heard.
But this movie takes the concept of League of Legends and changes it into something else. I mean, the characters keep you engaged from the different factions in Arcane, and that cliffhanger at the end of the episode, if you haven't seen it, the cliffhanger where the city dwellers are about to be attacked, and it just cuts to black. Like, oh my god! Like I can't wait for season 2 to see what the consequences are going to be. I mean, Vi, her sister Jinx, and the MVP of the whole show, the only black guy of the show, Echo.
Yeah, Echo was lit.
They were great characters of the show. So that was definitely my number 7 pick. Again, an Arcane is another show I can go back and watch over and over and over and over again. I just wish that they had season 2 up and ready by the time this one was ending. I guess they were trying to try it out to see how it would do, and it did really well. It even won an award at the Game Awards for best live action game show.
Best adaptation.
Yeah, best adaptation. So I really enjoyed Arcane. I can't wait to see what other characters they take from the League of Legends universe and dive into. And again, I can't wait to see the repercussions of maybe the destruction of the city dwellers. So I can't wait for season 2. And Arcane season 1 is a must see. If you like anime and you like gaming, this is the show to watch.
Yeah, Arcane was lit. I got into it before the year ended, and it was dope. I like how they I watched it after it dropped. They dropped like 3 episodes every other week, which I thought was pretty cool. Mm-hmm. And I've heard people say like, don't worry about the game, just watch the show, and it's fucking awesome. The animation is really good in it. The characters are really dope, and it's probably gonna be like 2025 by the time they bring that next season out, because they took a while to really develop that first season, and so I hope they'll just put as much care and effort into the next series as well. But no, Arcane League of Legends was lit as shit. Yes, where we at? You said crit. Yeah, you go wait till number 5. So I guess I'll start the next one. Number 6. Barry, season 3 on HBO Max. I don't know if y'all seen Barry. This show is fucking amazing. It stars Bill Hader. He's a hitman. He was a soldier in the Iraq War who became a hitman, and he ends up doing this hit in California, and he gets obsessed with this girl, and then he decides he wants to now be an actor, and the whole show is about him trying to be an actor while getting out of the hitman life, but still doing hitman shit. And by season 3, it's going the fuck. It's going all the shit, and he's now trying to cover up a specific death that he's involved in, and it's about him trying not to get exposed. And it's fucking great. It's really dark, but it's also very comical at the same time. Great series. Any of y'all seen Barry or know about Barry?
I've only seen the first couple episodes. I haven't dived deep into it, but I heard it's a good series. It's on HBO Max, right?
Yeah, HBO Max. It's fucking great. It's fucking great.
Does he go like to an AA meeting or something like that?
Yes.
Like some type of meeting? Okay, I did
Yes.
see. I think I did see the episode. Okay.
Yeah. He's season 3. He's trying his hardest to turn a new leaf, but he realizes he's a terrible fucking person. And the more he tries to change, the more he hurts people. And yeah, it's pretty crazy. But Henry Winkler, fucking the Fonz is in it. He's great.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Fonz is in it. Some other actors I can't think of off the. Stephen Root, the guy that does the voice of Bill off King of the Hill. Bill Dotrey.
Okay.
Yeah. He's in the show. He's his father figure / the guy that hired him to do the hits, but now they got beef, so he's like on the run trying to, keep his distance, but then he's trying to get revenge because he's like, oh, you think you're better than me type shit. It's a whole thing between the two of them. It's fucking great. But yeah, he's in the show. He's funny as fuck. And the dude, if you ever seen Gotham, the bald guy that played
I already know
his ass. Yeah, the guy with no hair. Yeah, he's in the show. He's fucking hilarious. He's like another criminal that's like Barry's friend and all this weird shit. He's great. It's a dope show. But yeah, that's my number 6. Barry on HBO Max. D, what you got? Number 6.
Let's see. So this one, another unexpected choice, because I was not interested. I was interested. I, in theory, was interested because of the creator. But I'm like, this is not for me. Like, I've seen this kind of story before. Like, how many times have we seen a story about this? And I was like, and then one day, I don't know. I feel like I didn't have anything to do. And I was like, let me just check and see. And went along. It was a little bit rough at first, but then went along. By the end, I was like, I think I'm locked in for another season. That is Rap, SHIP, on HBO Max.
Yeah, you really, man. I know 2002 was a rough year for you. You watching all these HBO Max shows. I know this was a tough year for you, man.
Hey, HBO Max delivers for me. I found some good stuff. But
I think it's the best streaming service.
Yeah, but they're about to be gone, man. They getting all that shit about.
What happened?
He trying to ruin me.
That's why they're cutting everything.
Yeah, they cutting everything.
Yeah, like because most of the people who have HBO Max are watching reruns of shit that you can watch on Hulu.
Damn, man, I hope they don't have ads to it, man, because I just finished watching Troy on HBO Max.
What was the show, D? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's called Rap, SHIP.
Rap shit. Oh, that's Issa Rae's show. That's actually a good show.
Oh, yeah. Rap shit. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And it's her. Yeah, it was created by Issa Rae, and that was kind of my initial incentive. It looked kind of like, and it's not knocking because obviously I appreciate rap, but it was just kind of like, oh, we have this show about 2 aspiring rappers. How many times have we seen that? But it's based in Miami, and it's about these 2 women who kind of come together to form this rap duo. And I think what made it work, because it kind of seemed like, I think we see a lot of kind of, I don't want to say stereotypical because some of that is true to life. But sometimes when it's a portrayal of the hood, so to speak, in certain areas, it can seem very clumsy and kind of goofy with the way they try to approach that. But I think after a certain point, I appreciated kind of the nuance with which they approach the characters, and really seeing kind of like because I'm a creative person, so I enjoy any time, regardless of the medium, whether it's music or television or costume design, whatever. I love when you see the ideas coming together. So actually seeing them putting in the work and it slowly becoming this, this unexpected, success between the 2 of them, it was actually really enjoyable. and then knowing kind of that there was a basis with the City Girls, which I didn't know until after the fact, and seeing the way the first season ends, it really was a shocker. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. I think Issa really did a solid job. I like the way she highlighted Miami because I don't think I see that many stories centered around this aspect of Miami.
Okay. Yeah, I remember hearing
that. That sounds good.
I remember hearing about it, and I was like, okay, I guess. I mean, I haven't watched what was the other show she did, Insecure, so I'm not like super like huge Issa Rae fan, but like I saw people said it was pretty solid. So yeah, not surprised. I forgot about that show came out.
Actually, pretty funny.
And what platform is that on?
HBO Max.
HBO Max. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Alex, number 6.
So my number 6 pick was a pick that I didn't think would be on this list at all. I'm not a huge fan of the actor, but what he was able to do in this show had me rolling every single episode.
I think I know what you're going to say.
My number 6 pick is Peacemaker.
Yep, I knew that's where you was going to go. I knew it.
Yeah, that's another show I got to finish. Yeah.
I was like, first of all, John Cena, if you've seen him do like the Nickelodeon shit and some of his past other movies, he has some hits and has some misses. So he's definitely building himself to be an actor. I would say he was the white version of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson trying to break into the industry.
He was. Yeah.
When I saw the Suicide Squad, James Gunn Suicide Squad, his banter with Idris Elba's character was just fucking hilarious. Like, especially that scene where they kill everybody, all of their support, and
yeah, that shit was
like, where's our support team? And like, oh, did you see him? No, I didn't see him. I didn't see anybody over there. It was fucking hilarious. And then it
came out this year or last year?
Last year.
It came out last year, but I watched it this year because I don't know, like,
you're talking about the movie. The movie came out last year.
Yeah, the movie came out. Yeah, the movie came out last year. But Peacemaker was, oh my god, it was fucking insane. I think people keep comparing it to The Boys, and I'm like, no, this is DC's version of what I would say how Deadpool would interact with characters.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
But not breaking the fourth wall in a sense.
Yeah.
Because like Peacemaker is very aware of his abilities, but he still shits on like Batman and the Justice League.
Yeah, Superman and everybody. Yeah,
knowing that they can all kick his ass, and like you see him getting into arguments with old people, and it's the most funniest action-packed show I've ever seen. That's one of the HBO Max originals that I really, really enjoyed. So if you guys have not seen Peacemaker before they reboot the DCEU, I would definitely check out Peacemaker season 1. Hopefully they might get a season 2.
Damn. It's still on HBO Max now?
Yeah, it's still on there. That's a great pick.
Yeah, because I just seen like the first fucking episode.
All right, so yeah, we're going to go into number 5 now. D, number 5.
Number 5. So, I mean, I guess Simon is some point because Peacemaker was mine.
Hey, let's go! Number 5.
Yes. So let me make it very clear. Me and John Cena are not the best of friends. I don't really, he's not up there as far as, actors or personalities. I'm just dying to watch and see. And although I appreciated the character, like within the context of Suicide Squad, character also got on my nerves, and I was not happy about that post-credit sequence. And then finding out there was going to be a series, I'm like, we kill off Polka Dot Man, but we give Peacemaker a series. So I was, I was not happy about it. And for a while, I was like, I'm not watching this. But there was just something that I was like, just watch an episode and just see, maybe. And I'm telling you, I think I was already hooked at the end of the first episode because it is such a balls to the wall, like chaotic. Once again, the same point I made about Minx. When something is raunchy and over the top and extra and violent and bloody, but it's done just like when it's done with the right execution and the writing's on point, like I am invested. And there were just so many moments I just could not have anticipated. Even the whole sequence with the alien bugs, you know, diving into people's bodies, like it was a lot that went on, but it just was such a great. I think it was just such a great way to continue and build off of what was great about the Suicide Squad, and I'm definitely ready for season 2.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah, that shit was awesome. All right, because the lineup is a little fucked up, but I'm gonna go back to Alex. Alex, number 5.
So my number 5 pick, this was a tough one for me. And I know this did not come out this year, but this was my first time watching it. So please bear with me. But my number 5 pick, I had to struggle between this and another one, was actually Invincible.
Okay.
That come on next year, season 2.
Yep.
Next year. Okay.
Yeah, they just finished
February, right? Or is it January?
I think it's February.
Sure. February?
Oh shit, for real?
Okay.
I can't wait till that comes out.
Yo, fuck Omni-Man, man. Like he you know, when I first saw it, I thought this was like a ripoff or an alternate version of the Justice League, obviously, right? As J. Jonah Jameson as the Superman character. But that scene, that last scene where he calls essentially the fake Justice League,
the Guardians of the Globe.
The Guardians of the Globe together, and he slaughters them. Holy shit!
At the end of the first.
Spoilers, by the way. Sorry, everybody. Spoilers.
I'm sorry, but yeah, spoilers if you haven't seen it. Oh my god!
Well, I'm pretty sure they've seen it already.
I was like, yo, what the fuck? What is this show? And then when I did my own research, you know, it was a comic book, and it has its own
a good
series.
comic, yeah. Robert Kirkman, who did Walking Dead, created it.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what they do in season 2. I will say though, I am not a fan of I don't believe that the kids, at least all of the kids, are going to be protecting the universe from Omni-Man. I mean, if you watch that last episode where essentially it's very gory, and he's using his own son as a weapon and dragging him through like a bus and shit. Oh my god, like it makes me wonder how strong Invincible the character is going to get as a superhero, but it also makes me wonder what the type of issues they're going to dive into season 2. But season 1, oh my god, it had the balance between a kid wanting to be just like his father, also dealing with the identity of being a superhero while being a normal kid. And by the way, his girlfriend, you knew he was a superhero and you still treat him like shit. You just wanted him to tell you? Like, come on.
Yeah,
bro.
they changed her from the comic version, and it kind of made it a little worse.
Yeah.
She sucked. She sucked.
Yeah, I was just like, I mean, this man is literally getting his ass whipped to save your people. Like, really? And you gonna give him some shit about it? But I mean, I get it, because you know relationships are very weird, especially in comics. But this particular show was freaking amazing. I think it's funny that even in animation that the cops think that they can take down people with guns after shooting them for like multiple rounds and they know they're not going down. It's like, at this point, what point do you give up? You know, so but it was definitely a good show. I would love to see them do an origin of the Guardians of the Globe and like where do they come from and their back history up until
they might do that, because there are some cause I've read some of the comic. There are some like back issues when they get into some, like what's the main guy, the Immortal, that was like the leader of the team. They do get into his backstory a little bit, and the other members, the other younger heroes, they get into their backstories, but I don't know if they get into the backstories of the other heroes, because they're just just the standard archetypes of the Justice League. So it's not that much to them, but it's more about the younger heroes and the rest of the universe, because there is a lot of world building, and it just depends on what they're going to keep and cut out for the next season, because the first season definitely pushed some things forward and also cut some things out, so it's going to be dependent on what they keep and get rid of. Invincible was dope shit.
Invincible was a dope show, and I can't wait for season 2.
All right. Critical number 5.
Yes. Number 5. So I'm just going to tell you real quick, which is not going to be in my top 5, which I love. The Boys are not going to be there.
What?
Peacemaker is not going to be there.
Get the A. I'm about to kick you off the stream, bro.
Superman and
Yeah,
Lois.
man, you
is
just
not
made
gonna
the
be
list.
there.
Yeah, you
Fuck
just
the
made-
boy.
Hey, I'm about to get this man up out of here.
And Wednesday, which I love, is not going to be there. But they
That's
would probably
understandable.
been in my top 10. But
That's
so
understandable.
my number 5 is going to have to be Sandman.
Ooh,
It's
okay.
created
That's an
by,
interesting pick.
Yeah, it's created by David S. Goyer and Alan Heinberg. It's about a god who gets captured. Some mortals try to capture a god, mainly death, but they end up capturing the god of dreams. And it basically throws... I'm sorry?
I'm about to say he's not a god. He's a something else. What do they call him?
I thought it was a
The
demon.
demigod?
No, it's not God. It's a what's the word? It's not God. It's another word. Fuck, I can't remember. But yeah, they're God
we'll say
like.
immortal.
Yeah, they're God like, but he's not a god. He's more like he's the personification of dreams. But I forget what they call him. Anyway, but yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Right? No, you good. No. So what was I saying? So they're supposed to capture death, but they end up capturing the ruler of Dream World, and everything in life goes out of whack. And so he has to. The story is about him getting his items back and basically taking over his realm and fixing his realm, and also getting life back in order. And he also learns about humanity on the side. So I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed how some of the storylines weren't just straight up and down. It actually had different pockets where we learned about like different times where it was an immortal or a guy who became an immortal. They would meet at at a bar, and he would discuss if he wants to still live and things like that. Stories like those type stories really interest me, and it was very gory and had a lot of
the serial killer convention.
That was awesome. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was wild.
But yeah, so that's my number 5.
Good pick. Good pick.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Cuba. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I had one show. I'm pretty sure people ain't seen it. And it's not top 5, but it's just a show that I had seen this year. I mean, you can get to me later though. I was gonna...
Yeah, you next after Critic. Anybody got anything to say about Sandman? Nothing about Sandman?
It was a very interesting show that actually kept me awake. So
yeah, I like Sandman. I thought it was cool. It's not on my top 10, but I fuck with it. I hope it gets that. I mean, they said it's getting a second season, but this was like the most expensive, one of the most expensive shows from Warner Brothers. And once again, we know David Zaslav ain't trying to pay for shit, so let's see how that goes.
I'm just curious though, like with this show, because Sandman's a DC character. There's certain things that they can't address because it directly connects to some of the DC lore. So if they're gonna do it season 2, like Dr. Fate is involved. And
yes.
Other beings are involved. So how do you
replace
those characters?
I'm thinking they can use them because they use some of them in the show, or at least they referenced them in the show, like the stuff with the kid dressing up as the superhero Sandman. Like that was all different in the book, but they made it work in the show. But I liked it. I liked the show. My only problem, not really a problem. It was just like it was good, but I wasn't like super into it by the end of it. But I really enjoyed it, and I like the little. Did you see the bonus episode, Crit?
I did. It was about the cats, right?
Yeah, the cat and the Calliope. Yeah. That was good too. I liked it. I liked the show. Okay. Cuba, number 5.
All right. Well, not number 5 to y'all, but have you all seen the show? What is it called? The Dropout. It features Yeah, Elizabeth Holmes, the lady who scammed, I guess.
I heard of it, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, she had like the technology about blood, something about blood. It was on Hulu, but I think this year she got over 10 years, and she's in prison for like was it Wire? I'm trying to look it up now, but I know I've seen about maybe 4 or 5 episodes. Amanda Seyfried. Yeah. Basically, she was an asshole, man. Just mean to her fucking employees. Wouldn't let them Rest, I think she won't paying them. She was overworking them for less pay, but trying to scam all these other companies into getting her money for that fucking her company called the Ramos, the blood testing company. But and that's up to y'all if you all want to check it out. I didn't see the whole season, but about
I keep
4 or
hearing
5
about
episodes.
it. I'll probably check it out. I keep hearing about it.
Yeah, she killed it though. Like she's real stern and whatnot. But yeah,
Okay. All right.
And what platform? I'm sorry. What platform did you say?
that's Hulu.
Hulu. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So my number 5 is what we've been recently talking about. Me and D were on the same page with this one. It's Peacemaker. Fucking Peacemaker. I loved it. It was great. Dope ass show. I don't know if it's getting a second season. A lot of people are upset if it does get a second season. I don't know. Hopefully they bring it back and end it after that because, once again, James Gunn's rework and everything. Fucking loved it. It's hysterical. I was just like D. John Cena's an okay actor, but this was the show that showed me that he's got a little something. If you work to his strengths and if he's still willing to do something different, unlike The Rock where he just wants to stay the same, he can be a really good actor. I mean, it is what it is. Cena was great. Cena was great. The cast was great. I loved the guy that played Vigilante. I love Adebayo. I love James Gunn's wife. And what was the guy? Mearns and Viola Davis. It was fucking great. It was hysterical. Patrick Wilson to play his dad. He was great. It was awesome. I loved how they made it wacky, but made it violent and made it fun. It was great. I fucking love Peacemaker. So yeah, that's my number 5.
And you said people were upset they might do a second season?
Yeah, cause okay, so James Gunn is rebooting everything, and people are gonna be like, well, if you're gonna get rid of Zack Snyder stuff, you got to get rid of your stuff too. So it's like it's a whole thing. So
You said Patrick. Patrick who?
Patrick, was it Wilson? What's his name?
Patrick. No, the dad, right? Robert Patrick.
The dad, yeah. Robert Patrick. That's
Robert
Patrick. Yeah, Robert Patrick. Yeah. He was fucking great as racist white man. It was awesome. So see where we at? Number 4, Alex. Number 4.
So this one, another close one for me, and I am not a huge fan of this franchise, but this particular show surprised me, even me, and I would have to go with Andor. Andor is adult Star Wars. I mean, this is not lightsabers in the Force. Like, no, this is either kill or be killed.
Yeah,
and it was a really good narrative.
Yeah, that's Force.
I personally, and again, like I would consider myself a general fan. Like, I'm not so wrapped up to it. Like the only 2 things I really like from Star Wars, from the Disney Plus stuff, is The Mandalorian and this show. I didn't really like Boba Fett that much, or I didn't really like Obi-Wan that much either. But this show right here made me think about what would Star Wars look like in the real world. Because these motherfuckers were portraying one another like it
was cold-blooded, yeah.
It's not traditional Star Wars, and anyone who's seen the show, like Brogi can tell you, it's not lightsabers and waiting for R2-D2 to save you out of nowhere. It's not that. It's definitely not that at all. There's some comedic elements in it. I will say the presence of K2SO is very missed because he's my favorite part of that whole genre of Star Wars. But Andor, from episode 1 to episode 12, there wasn't an episode I felt like lacked. So I really enjoyed.
That is an interesting statement.
Yeah, and that prison scene was amazing, man.
Yeah, that
sucked me in, man.
That was lit. Anybody else anything on Andor?
I've never seen it.
Okay. Andor was very good show. Critical, you are back up. What is your number? What are we at? 4? Yeah, number 4.
All right, my number 4 is going to be a series I just watched this past weekend. So my number 4 is going to be Alice in Borderland. Actually, it dropped, I believe, in 2020. That's when the first season came out. And basically, it's about a group of kids, teenagers that, or people that were abducted They were looking up at the sky at fireworks, and then all of a sudden they're teleported to an area that they're familiar with, but there's nobody. Their family isn't there. It's just new people that they meet, but they're all contestants in a violent death game. You know what I mean? So that's interesting. We get like it's mysterious in the first season, but by the second season, they dig deep on what's really going on, and then all of your guesses that you think might be going on, that's included in the series until you get to the real reason why they're there. So that's my number 4 right there.
Yeah, it's on my to watch list, and I haven't watched it yet. But yeah, so
okay, I think you'll enjoy it.
Is it how similar is it to goddamn it, Squid Game?
Squid Game. Actually, Squid Game, when Alice in Borderland came out before Squid Game, if I'm not mistaken, because I think Squid Game might have came out late 2020 or 2021. But when Squid Game came out, even though Alice in Borderland was out before it, Squid Game actually pushed people to watch Alice in Borderland.
Right. Yeah.
But it's very similar. It's similar in its own way. I think Alice in Borderland is a little bit more fantastical than Squid Games.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely check that one out. Cuba, you're number 4.
It's on HBO Max. The show with Shaq, it's not a show, it's just like it details his career, in the NBA.
It was a documentary, right?
Something like that, yeah. But does that count?
Yeah, that counts.
Yeah, that counts.
So I throw Shaq in there, details his career with the Orlando Magic, LA Lakers, Miami Heat, the 3 main teams that he won, especially with the Lakers and the Miami Heat. But yeah, man, I mean, also details his career in LSU, in college, and goes through his career in the NBA and outside life and the media and inside the NBA that you see on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I'll throw that in there.
Okay, yeah, that's one of my top 5 favorite players right there, Shaq.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Isaiah Thomas, Shaq, Charles Barkley, Dennis Rodman, and if I didn't say Shaq, and then I think Ron Artest is in there somewhere.
Top 5? Ron Artest top 5?
Yeah.
No, it's not. He's his favorite, not
Charles
like all
Barkley,
time.
Yeah, this is my favorite.
Yeah, I'm still saying Ron Artest top 5. Okay.
Yeah, man, it's his fucking top 5. Man.
That's his list. That's his list. I'm not mad at him. I didn't say I was mad. I was just like, okay.
Damn, man, it's his goddamn list. He can have whoever he want on there.
He can. I'm just saying.
He can have Dennis Rodman on that shit.
Yeah. How's Cuba getting mad at somebody?
I know he get mad at exactly. Get mad at me. Like,
shit.
All right, that's his list. Shit, I'm
You
just saying.
just
Ron Artest is a shocker. I was not expecting Meta World Peace to be on the top 5.
Okay. He changed his name a lot.
Defense, man.
I got you. I'm next. What are we on, 4? Yes. Okay. So for me, my number 4. This was a big show. It took over the pop charts. It took over old Netflix. Y'all know what it is. Stranger Things season 4. This show was awesome. You didn't watch Stranger Things?
No, that's one show I did see.
I didn't hear what you said. Stranger Things?
Yeah, Stranger Things season 4.
Oh,
I'm gonna say, you didn't watch that? Okay, anyway. So yeah. Stranger Things season 4. It's fucking awesome. Long as hell. Pause. But it was but it was dope. I liked it. I like the each episode damn near is a movie itself, is an hour. I like the new villain Vecna. He was pretty cool.
Very Freddy Krueger-esque.
Yes, very Freddy Krueger-esque. I love the practical effects. I love the more of the horror. I was expecting a higher body count in terms of the main cast, but I'll leave it alone. But yeah, great show, very dramatic. Now it has its problems. Like I didn't think most of the stuff in Russia with Hopper was the best for the most part. So all of that. But like it's a big cast, it's a very big ensemble cast. I love the soundtracks, love the costumes, love the characters. Eddie was a dope character that they added. I actually liked the blonde kid that everybody hated. I thought he was kind of fun. Asshole, but I thought it was kind of fun.
The Jock?
11. Yeah, the Jock. Yeah, the Jock. 11 doing her thing, getting it together. Max being the fucking breakout character this season. She was great. Yeah, loved all of it, and I can't wait for season 5. I think it's ending at season 5, which I think is a good way to stop. But this shit was awesome.
I thought it's not.
They should have ended that shit at season 3. But go ahead.
Hey, I'm gonna need you to calm down with the slander. So what is this bullshit we talking about? Stranger Things is the shit. Season 4 was awesome.
You're right.
I don't know if you watched it, Alex. I don't know. hey, yo, I don't know if you watched it, Alex, but Stranger Things was fucking awesome.
No, I did. I watched it after the hype, and it's good, but it ain't the shit.
Hater. Okay, that's straight hating.
I would also like to make it clear that were it not for the picture, I would have thought you said the name of the show was Fancy Panties.
Oh, you couldn't hear me? See, goddamn it. Stranger Things. I'm sorry, I've been drinking a little bit. I might be slurring. My bad.
Hey man, get off the Hennessy.
No, it's Bacardi.
Damn Terramana.
No. This is the Bacardi. D, you are next. Number 4.
Yes. I teased this earlier, and this is another example of something where conceptually I thought the idea of it might be cool, but I was worried because it's like if you with something like this, considering the legacy, you either have to come correct or not at all, and I think that they managed to really come correct. Besides maybe an issue or two here or there, but Bel Air.
Number 4, Bel Air. Okay.
Number 4.
Okay.
Yeah, and
yeah,
like I said,
that's a good pick.
This was a shocker for me because, and Fresh Prince, of course, is easily, kind of a top 5 black sitcom already.
Absolutely.
I was top 10, but it's definitely up there. And even if you look at I would definitely advise you guys watch the Fresh Prince of Bel Air reunion if you have not seen it on HBO Max.
Yeah, that came out last year.
That's a really good reunion.
I have not seen it.
Yeah,
You didn't see it? Yeah.
Yeah, and it really delves into the legacy of that, how it came to be, and the impact that it made. And I don't think people realize just how big it was, and just kind of the impact it made as far as television history and so much more.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to take that kind of a legacy and the tone of that show, which did a great job taking comedy, blending it with some very very deep, very intense subjects from time to time. We all remember the very famous scene with Uncle Phil and Will, how come you don't want me, the whole situation with his father and how impactful that was. So it's like, you have to, like I said, you have to come correct or not at all. And I thought that this, I don't know, it really hit home for me. I love the casting. For me, I think when I appreciate the majority of or all of an ensemble cast, and I feel like he's doing a job. Like, I loved, I think Cassandra Freeman, who played Undead. I love Coco Jones, who played Hillary.
She's so beautiful.
Yes,
yeah,
Lord.
so beautiful.
Yeah, just the way that they, the
jazz showed as hell.
Amen.
Yeah. But I love the way they subverted all the characters. Like, you had some elements of their personalities from the original sitcom, but then they, took it further, or they did, they did something new with this, and it was refreshing to watch. Now, if I did have any issues, Ashley was a wash. I just kind of feel like, even, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, if Ashley was a lesbian in the original series, there was so much more to her as a kid, as a girl, growing up, and there was so much that she had to say and thought, there were so many episodes where it kind of hinged around her and her development and all that. I just watched the episode where she ends up attending Keller Academy, and she's wanting to get in good with the boys, and then she starts dressing a certain way, and then even though Will and Carlton catcall all the other girls, once she starts dressing like that, they don't like it, and it causes
I remember that episode.
Right.
I remember that episode.
So that's my biggest issue. Like, lesbian is not a personality. Lesbian is not a character that give us something. It could have been anything. Activism, I don't know. But just stamping this character and saying, boom, that doesn't work. I didn't have as much of an issue with Carlton, although I was on the fence about some of it, but I do understand that Carlton initially, and Hillary a little bit, they were a lot more antagonistic earlier on in the sitcom, like because it was very much, they were very much, kind of in the snob, elitist, vibe there, and the way they would kind of speak to Will and kind of interact with him sometimes, it would be, it would not.
Pretty shitty. No, you're right. Yeah, especially those first 2-3 seasons. Yeah, they would definitely.
Yeah, so some of that, even if you think about that episode where Carlton was going to blackmail Hillary, they talked about on the reunion how the audience was literally applauding because they couldn't stand Hillary. They didn't like her attitude.
Was that the one that she kept barking?
Yeah, she kept clapping and all that at the dinner table. Like they were loving it. They couldn't stand it. But then, of course, over time, she got more development. Kind of grew to love her and all that kind of stuff. So I think with Carlton, it's kind of the same thing. And I look forward to seeing how they explore that. I even appreciate how the social commentary is done, to me at least. I'd have to rewatch it, but from what I remember, it was done in a way that didn't feel like I was being hit over the head, or it didn't feel like an after-school special to me. But it's there's a fine line between expounding upon that kind of subject matter and doing it in a way that just feels cheap and pointless. So yeah, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I thought most of the social commentary stuff they did pretty well on it. Yeah, especially the one where they did the when he was going to hand out the register people. I thought that was pretty good. Him and Carlton was trying to get people to register to vote. Yeah. I thought that was pretty good. Okay, that was number 4. Number 3, going back to you, Critical. Number 3 favorite show of 2022.
Yes, sir. My show that made number 3 would have to be From. Creator is John Griffin, From is about a family, a family with marital problems. They're going on a trip, and they end up getting stuck in a town that won't release them. Like no matter how far they travel down the road, where they end, they'll begin right at the beginning. And so eventually they get out and come to find out that people are trying to warn them that you have to be inside at a certain time when it gets dark. And you have these people, we don't know what they are, these creatures that look like people, and they come in and they will just disembowel you. They'll just tear you apart. And so the only way you could be protected is if you have a totem by your door. Now, and also it sounds easy, but then you have other people there that live in this village that have mental problems, or they have other mysterious things going on that kind of impede, the people that are safe. And so they make things dangerous, like remove the totem, and nobody knows that the totem is removed. And so they're thinking they're safe, and then all of a sudden these creatures come and, just try to tear everybody apart. So I think the next season comes out, they said early next year, 2023. So I'm looking forward to that and can't wait.
Okay. Now, go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, is that the guy from The Best Man?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Now, how similar is this show to Lost? Because I was getting kind of Lost vibes when people try to explain it.
Yeah, because that main character is in Lost.
That's right.
Yeah, he's in Lost too.
That's right.
Yeah. I would say I did watch a little bit of Lost. It's somewhat different. I think the producers, they have the same producers, Lost and From, but I would say the mysteriousness of what's going on. It's more brutal than Lost from what I've seen on Lost. I'm not going to lie and say I've seen a whole season, of Lost. Right, but I definitely, from what I saw, this show was a little bit more gory, a little bit more lot at stake than Lost, I believe. But I mean, like I said, I haven't really seen Lost to really answer that question.
Okay. Right. I've heard people mention From, and I heard it was pretty good, and it's on Epic, so it'll probably be on Hulu pretty soon because that's connected to ABC or some shit. So I might check it out. I doubt it. I don't know.
Just watch the first 2 episodes.
If I get hooked by I usually try to give shows at least 3 episodes, and if I'm not hooked by then I'm like, all right. Unless the first episode is really bad, and I'm just like, I just gonna go back and watch it. Cuba, you got a number 3?
It's another basketball one, the HBO Max Winning Time. Have y'all seen that?
Oh man, that's a good pick. That's a really good pick.
Yeah, rise of the Lakers dynasty, details of 1980s Showtime Lakers. Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, all that. So and they got John C. Reilly playing with Jerry Buss. He kills it. The one thing I do like about it is how it looks. It don't look like your TV shows now. It looks like, of course, a show way back then, back in the 80s.
Right.
So, yeah, I'll throw that in there. It shows them winning against, Larry Bird and the Celtics and Isaiah. I think it shows them losing as well. So, yeah, that's it. Number 3.
It's a good pick. I heard it was a good show. I know a lot of people was upset because the show was kind of putting a lot of people dirt out there and they wanted to deny or whatever. So, it seemed like a good show. I would definitely want to check it out.
It's a really good show.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
I know Magic said that I don't think he really endorses the show, honestly.
No, I don't think anybody did. I don't think anyone did.
I got to see it though.
Because they did it without their consent.
Yeah.
They didn't contact Magic or Kareem. Well, I think they tried, but I don't think they wanted to do anything with them. So,
well, Magic did make the comment, and they kind of addressed it in the show, because Magic, he does get AIDS early on in his career, so and he wanted to tell that particular story in the show. They don't necessarily address it yet, but but Magic is a hoe in the show. If that makes sense.
Right.
He is fucking around. So
yeah, because he had a documentary that came out not too long after this, right? Like a documentary series or something.
Yeah.
I think that was that on Hulu? I could be wrong. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But because it came around the same time.
Yeah. But, I can see that's probably the reason why he was denying this, because he wanted more people to watch that or whatever. Anyway, So okay, Winter Time. I heard that was pretty good. All right, for me, number 3, I have. Wait, I don't know how to let this work. I have. Here we go. Umbrella Academy, season 3.
Oh God!
I fucking love the Umbrella Academy. Love every season of this show. Love the cast. I love the characters. Season 3 was fucking awesome. I think each season gets better. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but this season was fucking crazy. It's a lot of involving time travel and multiverse time streams and all that bullshit, but it's fun. The Umbrella Academy, a bunch of goofy, sort of imagine the X-Men, but they all kind of suck and they don't work together that well.
They're definitely not heroes.
Yeah, they're not really heroes, except for maybe 1 or 2 of them. But they all kind of suck. But they have to try to work together to save the world. They have in this version, there's an alternate version of them that's actually better than them, and they try to work together, but there's some animosity or whatever from the Sparrows, and they have to work together to save the timeline. They have to work with their shitty adopted father, who is technically a supervillain essentially, and they have to deal with him and an alternate version of him, because their original father is dead, but this is an alternate version where he's still alive, and this is all this craziness, and it's surrounded this hotel. It's great. I fucking love it. It's a weird show. They're getting 1 more season, and it's ending after that. I love the Umbrella Academy. Anybody got anything to say about the Umbrella Academy?
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, how did they? Because I'm still on season 1, so I ain't.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's too many shows out here. Shit.
There's a lot of shows. I'll give you that, man.
So how did they implement? What's her? Well, he's a guy. What's the guy?
Victor. You talking about Vanya and Victor?
Is that the one that's transgender?
Yes, Vanya.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
So the way they do it in the show is more that she just. Okay, so season 2. Okay, you're in season 1. How far are you in season 1?
I probably watched. Just go ahead and tell me. I'll check it out later.
I kind of feel like they Black Panthered it.
Just tell me. I'll go back and watch it. Don't matter.
I thought they did a decent job. Okay, so season 1, she has shitty boyfriend who's a villain. Season 2, she gets into a relationship with a woman. That carries over into season 3, where she realizes she discovers herself again, and she just she's like, I'm no longer Vanya, I'm Victor. She gets a haircut, she dresses differently, but they don't go deep into the actual actor change, doing the whole transition. But it's just the character is now Vanya, and the family accepts him that way because they appreciate him and all that. So I thought they handled it very well.
Okay,
is what I'm trying to say. I thought it was handled very well. They didn't linger on it too long. They didn't really have to go above and beyond to really explain it. But it was this is now Vanya is now Victor, and it's as simple as that. So I thought they handled it very well. But dope show. I love it. And like I said, they got 1 more season. which makes sense because each season is loosely based off the comics, but there's only like 3 volumes. So for them to have a 4th season with no real comic out just yet, I kind of see why they're going to wrap it up after this. But yeah, I fucking love Umbrella Academy.
Brogi, I wanted to ask before you move on. Would you say that this season was a little bit slower in terms of season 2? Because I like season 2 a little bit more than season 3.
See, now I gotta go back and rewatch season 2. Maybe it was a little bit slower, but I like I said, I like each season, and I think each season tends to be a slight improvement over the previous season. Since you know how the show is they're all kind of stuck in a loop anyway. So, but it was definitely, you know, because the pandemic and this, you can definitely tell that it was definitely more, you know, contained how the story elements revolve around the hotel and everything. But
I like season 3 better too, just a little bit better. You know, I feel like all seasons were good, but I did think that it did gradually grow for me.
Yeah, it's just because I like the characters' development, and each season you get more from these characters. Although I thought Ben, the little Asian guy over here, I thought he was a fucking asshole. I don't like new Ben. He fucking sucks.
Yeah, he was an asshole.
But other than that, I greatly love the show.
Hey, in the first one, was Mary J. Blige in it? Was she playing a cop?
Yes, okay. That was the first season.
Right. She's like a time cop almost.
Yeah, Gina. All I know is that She-Hulk throwing cheeks with the Stallion was a definite low point of the MCU. Hey, I look, Gina. I personally thought that scene was fantastic. I'm just gonna say
just the fact that the actual actress really did that. And now, if she didn't do that, I would hate it. But the actress actually did it, so I'm like, okay, that's pretty cool.
I had no problem.
We wanna know we're making it. He almost tasted that. Num, eat it up. Go play okay, 3, 2, 1. You know I'm the hottest. You ain't never gotta heat me up. I'm present.
Yep, and soon after that, Tory Lanez shot her in both feet.
Hey, that's
whoa! Too soon. Too soon. Shout out to Tory Lanez. Go ahead.
That'd be like.
Hey, wait a minute, Bro, you have to clip this part out because I'll be damn. They not gonna come to my channel whipping my ass.
Yeah, your face exposed. Oh fuck, mine is too. Shit.
Everybody who heard that was Sharks.
Now my name is Hector. Name is Hector. I don't know who that is, dog.
Who said
Tory
that?
Lanez, don't drop the soap, motherfucker.
I heard he gonna be deported in Canada. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead. Hey man, give me our full screen.
No, that's you. Who said?
Link in the description below.
Cuba Starts. Link in the description. Go follow. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Did I just go? Okay, D, you're number 3. What you got?
This may be high for some, and in theory, I could have replaced this with 2 others that probably flew under the radar in comparison. It's a very obvious choice. I always like obvious choices, but I have to at least give it its kudos. That would be House of the Dragon for HBO.
I gotta watch that. Well, I you know what? I'm way, but I gotta go and watch that after the fucking the other shit, Game of Thrones. I'm way behind, but I will check that out soon.
3. Okay, that's respectable. That's a respectable number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know it's going to be further up, and in theory, depending on what I chose to put up and what I had an issue with, it could have maybe gone down a little bit further. But I think we all understand whether it's, maybe some people liked it more than others, but I think a lot of people can agree that the quality of Game of Thrones really degraded as it went on. That last season, especially those last few episodes, it kind of just fell off of a cliff somewhere.
Right.
And just never came back. I think the ideas were there, but the constant execution, and I think the less said about the creators at that point and what they could have done and what they chose to do, even though they were willing, they would have been given the money to continue, but whatever. That's then, this is now, and I think that I really appreciated just being back in the world of Westeros again. I like the fact, I know some people probably didn't like it because Game of Thrones was such a far-reaching narrative. Even look at the intro. You see all these different, kingdoms and regions and lands and cultures and races and all that. and it was very much sequestered to King's Landing and this small group of people, the Targaryens and all that. But I thought they did a great job really showcasing kind of some aspects of the glory of the Targaryens before they become what they become in the future, and things go horribly awry. But yeah, I really enjoyed the performances. I enjoyed seeing the various dragons. I just enjoyed just being back and just seeing a more. I think, given how off the rails Game of Thrones went, I like seeing a more a slower,
more thought out, more thought out sort of better pace
approach. Yeah, I didn't need stunts, tricks and stunts and tricks and a whole bunch of weird stuff going on every episode. And so I like seeing more of the slow building and the development of the characters, their conversations, and kind of just seeing just the new future for these characters. Now, the issues I did have, there's no getting around it because unfortunately the nature of the book that this is based on, it's not written the same way that the other books were. So we're going past a lot. There are a lot of time jumps and a lot of kind of general time that's being explored. So unfortunately, that means that we get these time jumps that, for me, I get why it's necessary, but it still throws things off. We still get characters that we meet and at the beginning of the episode, and we say goodbye to at the end of the episode, like Lane. It's very awkward to really connect to that when you do that. And then when you do things like you have characters who age, and then characters who don't age at all.
Who don't age, like this son of a bitch right here.
But you're forgetting. Oh boy, the knight.
Kristen Cole.
Yeah, Kristen Cole. Yeah. I was just like, what's going on here?
He needed some gray in his beard at some point. I
was like, I don't know if Melisandre and him made some kind of deal, and he's just she handed him one of her necklaces, and I guess maybe once he takes that off, he'll age. But yeah, I just thought stuff like that was bizarre. I mean, some of the choices, given what I read, some of the choices they made with the characters were a bit odd. And then I would say the ending I was kind of mixed on because it felt unresolved. I understand it's a cliffhanger, we're going to get more seasons, but it was such an odd place to end it. I was like, I guess. But overall, I appreciated it, and I hope that they can now that they've kind of reestablished everything and they've kind of reconfigured some things, hopefully they can really, really bring forth just all of the impact and the interest and the excitement and the adrenaline and everything that really makes this franchise, this world, so popular with everyone.
Okay, I really enjoyed the show. I'll say that much. Alex, you're number 3.
So I'm going back into the sitcom field. Again, I'm not really big on sitcoms, but when I have one, I have to stick to it. And at first, I wasn't a fan of it, but I kept watching, and I have to throw in Abbott Elementary. I mean, this
show.
That show was really good, and it was like, this is a show I kind of. These are the type of things I kind of wish I went through when I was in elementary school or middle school or something like that, because I didn't have these types of teachers, but I had kids who kind of acted like some of the teachers in the class. So it's a very cool show. I think it was one of those shows I think would have been successful if they started it on YouTube and then it gradually kind of grew up to be on a network. But I mean, they basically took an up and coming social media star and boom, gave her a show. And it's a funny show. It talks about a lot of Black issues, and also it makes me appreciate teachers. They're literally the most underfunded people who work in an industry, and our kids treat them like shit. And it's like I see why some of them are OnlyFans stars and drunks and shit, because You know, because they not represented, and then they don't get paid shit. You know, so but I really enjoyed the comedy in the show, the different so-called life lessons. I'm an avid watcher of it, and I think everyone from that show deserved an Emmy from their well, they won this year. So I really enjoyed Abbott Elementary. If you don't have basic cable, you can watch it on Hulu. So it's a really funny, good show.
Yeah, it's a show I need to get into. I haven't started yet, but yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about it. So yeah. Anybody else? Abbott Elementary?
I've seen it. I tried to turn my mother on to it, but I haven't seen it yet though. I heard it's good.
Yeah, I've heard it's good too.
Yeah, like the principal's like a freak, man. She got the hots for Everybody Hates Chris.
But I literally just watched a compilation of her hitting on him, and it was pretty fucking funny. So
it's on there.
I literally just watched it like 2 hours ago. Anyway,
but I didn't realize that the what's her name, the one standing up in the short hair, that's the lady from Moesha. That's the mom from Moesha, ain't it?
Yeah. I didn't put that together either. Yeah, she's been killing the game. Yeah. All right, Cuba, number 2.
Well, number 2, I'm gonna throw in. I'm gonna say Cobra Kai, man.
Okay.
Cobra Kai. Season 4.
5.
4, no 5. My bad. 5. I remember when they had it on YouTube. It was first on YouTube. The first 2 seasons.
Yeah, YouTube Red. I think
YouTube Red. Yeah.
Yep.
Back in 2018. So then they converted to Netflix. They bought them out. But yeah, I mean, what's his fucking name? The guy. I can't think.
Danny?
No, the bad guy.
Johnny. Terry Silver?
Terry Silver. Dude's a beast because remember in the previous season, you know, rich guy, and he just wanted to overtake, team up with Silver, and then ends up overtaking Cobra Kai. And then the guy that was the black kid, Kenny. Now he's the bully after being bullied by LaRusso's son. My thing is that I never understood it, especially in this season. How come LaRusso's son isn't being taught karate?
Because he sucks. Well, that's a good point. I don't know. Yeah, that was always my thing. It's like he's a little bitch, and I'm like, I thought this was going to be the season where he was going to finally get it together.
He did learn towards the end of the season.
He still was a bitch about it though. Like he didn't take it seriously. Like he was this, you know.
Well, got to be somebody from the family that has to deviate from the family.
That's
you know
true.
what I'm saying. You know,
because his sister's all in, and she's kind of a little wired. Yeah. So yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, but also, I think y'all mentioned it earlier.
He lost a lot of weight too.
Who?
The son. Remember in the earlier seasons, he was a little fat kid. And then
in
this season, he's like tall and thin. Like he went through puberty. I was like, oh shit, okay.
But it's crazy how, like I said, he was the bully, and then all of a sudden, Kenny is now the bully, whooping his fucking ass. But yeah, like you mentioned the Hawk, like they lowered Hawk, depowered him, and then he got beat by did Kenny beat him or somebody else beat him? When they had that fucking little tournament.
It was Kenny. Yeah, it was Kenny.
He won the tournament in season 4. It was going into
season 5. Kenny beat him. Yeah, Kenny
season 5.
He used that. He used that joint to knock the wind out of him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then Silver's up there paying them off.
Yeah.
You know,
good show.
I didn't know they were going to go into the sword fight scene. That threw me off.
Yeah,
when the boy got caught in that pool.
Yeah,
going there.
I was like, when did they graduate from killing motherfuckers? Okay.
Yeah, that shit was lit.
Ain't nobody safe on this show.
yeah, that was pretty dope. All right, Cobra Kai. All right, number 2 for me. It's a very popular show that apparently Critical doesn't have on his list, but some odd fucking reason. I'm not exactly sure why it's not on his list. And that is The Boys season 3.
That's another
fucking awesome.
That's another one.
Like I don't know what the fuck Critical. I got to hear these next 2 on his list, but
if I was to see it, it would be on my list. So you telling me you've seen it, but you don't have it on there?
Yeah, I've seen it. It would be in my top 10, but it's not in my top 5.
That's crazy. Anyway, insanity. This man's speaking insanity. But The Boys season 3 was fucking lit. I love The Boys. Never read the comic, but the show, from what I hear, is much better take on the series. The acting is great. Fucking Homelander is amazing. Just the amount of memes. Like, this show is a goddamn meme machine. Like, damn near every other scene is a fucking meme in this show, and it's fucking great. Butcher is wild. Soldier Boy was amazing this season. I really thought he was a great addition to the series. Mother's Milk had some great stuff. Butcher had some great stuff. Even Frenchie and Kamiko was great. Huey was getting on my fucking nerves, but he turned it around by the end of the season. All the, real world political, what do you call it? Political commentary and all that. It's fucking great. It's a great show. If you haven't seen it, it's on Amazon. Check it out. It's worth it. It's violent. It's bloody. It's very graphic. Herogasm. All of that was crazy. So yeah, check out The Boys. I fucking love it. That's my number 2.
I want to point out. I just want to point out about The Boys. I dispute the notion that superheroes, if they were real, one, they would be using penises as weapons. And also, like jumping into a penis and exploding. Like, I'd be damned. Like, I don't think that there's that shit. That shit for that show is so fucking unreal. That's why, although I do like the show and it's not on my list, I dispute the notion of
sanity, mental illness,
using body parts as fucking weapons. I can't.
That's what Wolverine does. He uses claws. That's his body part.
Yeah, but no one uses their dick and choke them with it. Like, literally.
Hey,
like,
if you have a
Reed Richards.
Hey, look,
if Reed ain't never stretched anything outside of his arms,
right? I mean, if you have a super penis, if that's your power, you have to use it at some point.
You gotta slang that shit, dog.
Right? I'm just saying. D movie man here. Watch me crazy. Watch me. Hey, Soldier Boy was funny. I'm just saying, Soldier Boy was funny. Just the acting was fucking hilarious, and the reveal about certain things about his past. The stuff with Black Noir was fucking great. If you know the character, I thought it was great.
Hilarious. Yeah,
that shit was crazy. I remember Critic House said he didn't like that, but I thought it was fucking great. Once again,
Black Noir.
Yeah.
I didn't like how they treated him, man. They kind of the way they offed him. I didn't like that.
Yeah, he did. Well, I'm not trying to spoil everything, but anyway.
My bad.
You're fine. Anyway, who's next? D, number 2.
Number 2. So similar to Wednesday, there is a kind of a pre-existing franchise in a sense that this is connected to, and it hit me at a very young age, kind of formative years. And I appreciate this particular film, and of course the series that it's attached to, for really introducing me to the horror genre at a young age, and the very specific horror figure in the horror genre. And so the series, which is an adaptation, kind of in a sense, kind of adapted from the original novel, but also kind of a semi reboot of the original film that is Interview with the Vampire on.
Yeah.
So Interview with the Vampire, that, like I said, that was a real important film for a lot of reasons. And I think what I appreciate, again, we got the period piece situation going. It takes place over the span of 200 years, which is very unique in itself. And just how it really navigates the mythology of vampires, and how it really exposes the tragedy of what it is to be a vampire, and what it is to be something that cannot die, can only survive by killing, and the impact that has on these 3 different people, especially when it comes to, I will never forget, everyone's great, because to me that's still, Tom Cruise is that's still one of his best roles that he's ever done. I think Tom Cruise, I think he's a solid enough actor, he's done great roles, but to me that's the one where I don't hard to even see that it's him because he melts so effortlessly into that role. And then Kirsten Dunst, basically kind of really highlighting the tragedy of a child who was stuck as this creature and is bloodthirsty and relentless, but then grows older and realizes, oh, so I'm stuck like this. Now what? And then the journey that takes her on throughout the story. So I always hoped, because this is based on the Vampire Chronicles, Anne Rice's novel, there are like 18 of those. So there's a lot of story to flesh out. And I think even though Interview with the Vampire did a good enough job of it, there's a whole lot more to explore, to talk about, so on and so forth. So I always hope that one of these days we would get a series, but it just seemed like no matter what they did, there was always an issue. So when this finally popped up, I had my reservations because although I do like Jacob Anderson because of his role as Grey Worm on Game of Thrones, I was like, okay, I hope this isn't. I hope we aren't shifting the race just for the sake of let it mean something if you're going to do it. This was very iffy about the whole thing. And even them pushing it forward, because the original story takes place in the 1700s. There's a slavery aspect there. Obviously, they didn't want to deal with that, so we pushed it forward significantly. But I thought just this series, there was something so similar to what I said about Bel Air, where it's like you see elements of what made the original show great. They take it in this totally new direction. This is significantly more bloody and gory than that first film. And there are some moments that are kind of, disturbing there. But, there's one point where one of them punches someone directly through their face. Like their face implodes as they put their fist through it. You see like blood fly. I mean, it was insane. And even how they explore the relationship between Lestat and Louis. Obviously, it was the 90s, and Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise were not. That was not something that was going to be portrayed, even though you can see it. They have a family, with this daughter, so to speak, and there's a lot more to that. But I think this and Bel Air are two great examples of what you do when you take a concept of something that's been done before and you revamp it and you make it very new. And I mean, I'm telling you, every Sunday I was just like ready just to see the next episode and the next episode. They've already been picked up for the second season. And knowing what I know, it's going to be exciting and heartbreaking to see how things pan out. And then also surprising because even though I know the story, they still are throwing some curveballs and stuff. So it's really interesting, definitely number two.
Yeah. Now I've never seen the original movie, but I remember hearing that this show was really good. So I definitely do want to check this one out. But I want to watch the original movie first before I get into it. Anybody else saw Interview with a Vampire?
No, actually, one of my coworkers, she told me about it. Because me and her, we have she's actually cool with the guy who plays Paperboy. I can't think of his name.
Brian Tyree Henry.
Yeah, Brian Tyree Henry.
Yeah, she's real good friends with him. And we always talk about movies and stuff. And she told me that was one of the horror movies that she watches is Interview with the Vampire series. Okay. I kept saying movie, but series. Excuse
me. Yeah, I know. I got you. Okay.
He's a great actor.
Yeah, he is.
Is it Paper Bullet Train? I think he's.
Yeah, I like him in Bullet Train.
That was good.
Oh, he was great in that.
I gotta watch that.
Alex.
It's on Netflix.
Yeah, it's on Netflix, Q. Alex, number 2.
So I don't know how much flack I'm going to catch for this. So I'm putting both of these shows as number 2.
Oh my God, here we go.
Because these shows, and I've heard Brogi make comments about it. I've heard other YouTubers make comments about it, but I actually really like the show.
What is this?
It's All American and All American Homecoming. I actually really like.
What? I never talked about that show.
I was thinking about.
I never talked about All American.
You never talked about? Oh, I'm confusing you.
You got me confused with somebody else.
Oh, sorry. Oh snap! I'm confusing you with Reggie. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Shout out to Reggie.
Shout out to Reggie.
What they looking like?
I actually really like this show. Like, I'm into sports and stuff, and I understand this is like loosely based off a true story, but the realism of these characters of literally, it's like they succeed and then they get knocked down. They succeed, they get knocked down, then someone gets hurt or dies, and you have to go through a lot of other stuff. The one thing I can say is that they're very conscious about what Black people deal with in terms of mental health and dealing with other people's mental health. And also it's very conscious about how people are so used to trauma that they don't even realize that they're in trauma. I mean, Coop was in the gang for a hot minute, and everybody was telling her to get out, but she couldn't see how to get out. Like, she felt like she had to do something illegal just to get out, and everybody was like, nah, you don't have to do that. And then to see Spencer kind of lead the charge for essentially, I mean, I would say essentially both shows, because when Spencer is on Homecoming, they utilize this character as that voice of reason, kind of like in the main series. And if you caught up to it to season, I think they're on season 5 and season 2 of Homecoming. These shows, they work together in tandem. That's why I said, like, I put them together for number 2, because when you watch episode like 3 of All American Homecoming, you gotta watch episode 3 All American or vice versa, because even though they're not directly connected, you still want to be a part of that universe and what those different characters are doing. So also All American Homecoming, I think, is a good depiction of what Black people go through at certain HBCUs. I've never had the pleasure of attending an HBCU, but when I did visit those campuses and see what they were able to do, I mean, yeah, they are definitely underfunded. They are definitely proud of their Blackness, and they make the most of what they have. And All American Homecoming is that. So I really enjoyed All American and All American Homecoming. That's my number 2 pick.
Hey, AK, how you doing?
AK.
What's
I would
up?
have had you on the screen, but I know you're recuperating and all that. I'm glad you're still here, sis.
Yes.
Yes.
Much love and happy holidays to you.
I'm gonna touch on what he's like. I binge watched the hell out of All American, mainly the first 3 seasons last year, like around this time. I liked it, but then after a while, it just got repetitive, man. Because of course it's a drama.
Right.
I mean, because we watch this shit every episode. They cool with it. It could be any character, mainly Spencer. He'll be cool with Coop. He'll be cool with Tay Diggs' character, the coach, Billy. Forget what his last name is, and then cool with his son and daughter and whatnot. And all of a sudden he's arguing with them at the same time, and then at the end they apologize. It's the same ass shit, so that's why I stopped watching it.
I mean, that's family. Cuba, you don't argue with your family like that.
Not every episode.
Nah, they probably like, fuck that nigga. I ain't talking to them.
Not every episode.
Every episode.
I agree.
Yeah, I like how I did that shit.
Not every episode.
But Homecoming, the only thing of Homecoming I seen was when they had the, I think the pilot during, was it season 3 or 4? Because that's his wife they got married in Vegas. Jordan's wife.
Yeah,
I forget her name. So
Simone,
yeah, because she's a tennis star, and then the other. I don't know. In Homecoming, is she with the light skinned dude? Are they together? And is Jordan?
They don't ultimately, because it's not a spoiler. They don't get together because Jordan and Sophia they break up. Because they go to 2 different schools. Yeah. But no, she doesn't end up with the light skinned dude.
Okay. Yeah, because I may watch it. I may get back to watching shit.
I've never seen the show. I forget that it exists, but I'm glad that people are watching it. So.
It's the only CW show that's actually good.
Yeah, I don't keep up with the CW anymore. So
everybody was talking about it, so I'm like, you know what, fuck it, let me go ahead and check it out.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, and good to hear from you, AK, as well. Critical, you're number 2.
All right, my number 2
series of 2022.
Yeah, so we made it down to number 2, and my pick is going to be Bleach, the 1,000-Year Blood War. I don't know if y'all anime fans out there, but we've been waiting. I've been waiting. Like, all right, so the show actually, 16 seasons of this show, and it dropped in 2004. Yeah.
You see 16 seasons of the main character getting his ass kicked a lot. So go ahead.
I never got into Bleach, so yeah.
Reminds me of the Flash.
But it started in 2004 and actually ended in 2012, and then they finally dropped it. They came back. People have been like, "Yo, when y'all gonna bring Bleach back?" And they finally brought it back, and it is amazing. For those who don't know what Bleach is about, it's basically like set in like multiple dimensions. You have the regular dimension where humans exist, go to work and stuff like that. There's another dimension. You can consider it, I'll just say heaven for those who don't know. It's not heaven, but it's like a heaven where you got these swordsmen that go around and they try to like make balance. They kill off these demons to kind of like make balance and, you know, bring them to the right dimension, so to speak. And this is one guy, he's a teenager, he's able to see ghosts. And this story or this season explains everything, why this is possible, why he's so extra, because a lot of people were upset, like, well, this is a regular human, why is he able to do so much and advance stronger than the people in the spirit world? Well, again, he's a teenager that's able to see ghosts. And there's a demon that basically tries to attack, and the one of the spirits from the spirit world, they call Shinigami, they come down and they actually stab him so he can get Shinigami powers. But that's actually a rule that's broken in the Soul Society, but we'll just say heaven for people to understand who haven't seen Bleach. So now this season is all about everything coming around, everything that we went through, questions that we needed answered. Everything is brought to in this season, and it's amazing. And that right now they're on a break. So the last episode came on today, and they're on a break now, and we don't know when the next season will begin.
Fun fact: the Black Power Ranger, I think, voices Bleach.
Oh, word!
Yeah.
Is his name like Walter or something?
Not Zach, the other Black Power Ranger.
I'm talking about his real name. Yeah, exactly.
You talking about Adam?
Adam, yes.
Okay. You should have said the second Black Ranger. I think we're talking about the
yeah, man, because every time you said a Black Ranger, you know who we thinking of.
Okay.
Adam, second Black Ranger.
I seen him at Comic
I was happy that brother
to charge like $100 for autograph. Like, shit, fuck it. Fuck that shit. Like, I know you, but I ain't paying $100 and take a picture.
Power Rangers was a very popular show. Let that man eat. He live in LA. He got to eat.
Yeah, I understand that, but shit. I mean, 2018, I ain't paying $100 some dollars for an autograph.
Yeah, not for your ass. not for the Power Rangers.
If it was, I ain't doing that shit if it was Tommy.
When I met Jason David Frank, I paid, I think it was like $70 to take a photo with him and get an autograph.
Right. I can see that. All right. Number one. I'm going to go. My number one show is House of the Dragon. Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon. Now, I will say, R.I.P. time. Yes, R.I.P. time. I will say, this was my first time watching anything Game of Thrones. I've not seen Game of Thrones, but I was watching what was the other show? Rings of Power. I was watching that on Amazon because convenience. I have Prime, and it was kind of mid. And I hear more people talk about House of Dragon, so I binge watched episode 1 through, I think it was 1 through 4, in anticipation. Then from 5 on, I started watching weekly, and I fucking loved this show. It was awesome. So I don't have all the baggage of the previous seasons being asked. I know all about that, but I didn't watch any of that. And this being a prequel, it was a little easier for me just to hop on. And I just love the trashiness of the family, the two families fighting with each other. That shit is great. We got the Greens versus the Blacks and all of that. The incest, the politics, the dragons, the black people. I love it. It was great. It was a great show. Yeah, it was an awesome show. And I agree with what D said. Like, the time jumps is a bit weird, but yeah, I get it because that's how they got to get past things going on and the different, the actor changes by the midway point and all of that. The handling of some of the other black characters. I forget the princess that that went away. All of that kind of was. I wish they could have had a little more screen time, but the action when it did happen was really good, but all the intrigue, all the conversations were really good. And yes, there are some weird things like Homeboy with the foot fetish. I'll leave it at that. That was weird. And shit like that. But yeah, it's a dope show. I fuck with it. So I'm excited for the next season, and I can't wait to see more. And I'll probably get into Game of Thrones in the next decade, probably. I don't know, but I'm gonna watch. But I will watch the fuck out of this show. But yeah.
I don't know if AK is still in the chat, but what got me interested in the show is she would do like watch-alongs, and then she would review it.
Yeah, I would watch those. Yeah.
I will watch those, and I've seen parts of Game of Thrones, but how she would talk about it, I was like, let me check it out. And then, like Brogi said, once you binge watch those first 4 episodes, it's hard to get off. And if you're not like a fan of like wizards and like dragons and things of that nature, you will be after you watch this.
Yeah, it doesn't go too overboard with it, which I'm fine with it going overboard. That's not really my problem, but. Yeah, it's really the family drama shit that really got me in, like the whole stuff with these 2 fuckers right here, these 2 sick fucks, and her dad is great. He was like the joke of the town until till the end of the series, where he became like the best, like my favorite character. So yeah, it's a dope show.
Wait, okay, I gotta check that. Why are they sick fucks?
That's
brother and sister or some shit.
No, that's her uncle. That's her uncle, his brother, and they got a weird thing going on. I'll leave it at that.
Oh hell nah!
Hey, the whole show is like that. I'm sorry. The whole show is like that.
That's how I probably was way back then.
I'm gonna warn you now. The whole show is like that, but they're great and also weird. But anyway,
she said her dad was great. What?
What?
Dad was great. What? No, yeah. Viserys is awesome. I love Viserys. Viserys is great. He was just a goofball at the beginning, and then as this time went on, you realize, like, well, actually, no, he's actually really, really good guy. But yeah, dope show.
Yeah, just to throw it out there, the actual royal family in England have been doing that for generations.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. D, you are next. What is your number 1 favorite show of 2022?
This one definitely rose through the ranks. But there are a lot of qualities that made it, that put it at the top of my list. And that show is none other than The Bear on Hulu/FX.
Okay.
Bear basically explores this young chef who comes from the world of fine dining. He's very much into upscale. He's had the upscale culinary experience, about as high up as you can get. But after his brother's passing, and even that piece, there's something very specific about how he passes. But he basically ends up inheriting his family's Italian beef sandwich shop in Chicago, and that brings its own issues because the shop is run down. His brother has left behind all these debts. All this staff with all these personalities and a bunch of chaos and a lot. So he kind of has to battle through that to see if he can find a way to kind of redeem the shop. Not even just for the brother's honor, but to really make it through and to not lose it. As far as it being something that's been a part of their family for so long. Now, the main actor here is Jeremy Allen White. You guys may know him primarily from Shameless. Shameless is a lot.
Agreed.
Yeah. But yeah, he plays Lip on that series, and man, his performance in this show, I think there's so much about the show that's great, but I think if you're gonna pick a lead, if you're gonna have a lead performer, you have to have someone who can really encapsulate so many different emotions like anger, grief, loss, despair, confusion, disorientation, and I feel like he captures so much of that in this role. He's phenomenal. And then you have, and I can't even can't even get into the individual characters because there are so many of them, but they're all kind of endearing and interesting and frustrating in their
Right.
own way. And I love a great ensemble cast. And I feel like if I could give an award to an ensemble cast, this and maybe a couple others, this is definitely up there. Definitely, and I don't work in the food industry, but I've heard from a lot of friends who do, where they say like this really captures the really chaotic, frustrating, like mind-numbing, experience of working and dealing with all of the frustration and just kind of the thanklessness of that kind of position in that kind of environment. And so, and I also like that along with that, as I said, it deals with his brother's passing, and it deals with that in a very specific way. And I like that fact that they also, even with the main character, he's having to deal with his own vices, his own mental health, his own struggles, a lot of things that he's suppressed and buried as he, fights to make this business successful and progress and move forward. And as a Chicago native, it was so, I don't know, it just really brought me back to those early years. And going to shops like this is based on an actual shop in Chicago. And I don't know, it really touched me in a way I didn't expect. You probably, on the outside looking in, it wouldn't seem like a show that had those kind of layers. But yeah, it is a really phenomenal show. And I hope if anyone hasn't seen it, I would definitely recommend it highly.
Yeah, it's on my list. I heard a lot of people talk very highly of it. Yeah, and I definitely want to check it out because I do like Hell's Kitchen and shit like that. So I would definitely want to get into this show. And I've heard nothing but good things about it. So yeah, I would definitely want to check that out. That's on Hulu, right?
Yeah, Hulu / FX. I think Hulu now has it to where FX their stuff is on Hulu now.
Yeah. Okay, the Bear. Alex, your number one series or show of 2022.
I think this number one pick is going to shock the world because I firmly believe black people, if we ever get in power, this is how we need to run a country. Okay.
Oh, what is this?
My number one pick is Yellowstone. Yo, I'm telling you, that show, them motherfuckers are so cutthroat to the point where they don't give a fuck if you family, a son, a brother. Like, yo, they don't get shit done. And I am not into politics by any stretch of the imagination. But if I were, this is why I made the comment earlier. Black people, if we get in control, this is how we need to run shit. Because these motherfuckers, they don't wait to get shit done. They just do it. It's very compelling. Just to see the caliber of actors in a show that started off, I believe, on cable, then ultimately became on Peacock and then now Paramount. Yeah, it's a show. It's very, very good. It really makes you think about family and how to treat your family and what your family really thinks about you, and then also it also shows you that humans really don't know how to handle power, because that made the guy with the rifle, he becomes governor or senator or mayor. It's either mayor or governor. Kevin Costner. This dude, he's making some policy changes that scare me, that one day they could potentially happen. So this dude, Yellowstone is a really good show. I encourage everybody who's a fan of Kevin Costner and even the rest of the cast to watch it. Just watch. I'm telling you, when you watch season 1, you're going to want to watch all the other seasons. And if you have Peacock or Paramount Plus, it's free on there, so you can watch it. Also, they even show episodes of it on Pluto. Pluto's free, so you can check that out as well.
You watched the spinoff yet? Because I know the spinoff is.
I just started the spinoff, and Harrison Ford. All I'm gonna say is I can't wait to see his portrayal as Ross in the Captain America movie, because in that show, like, he's 80 years old challenging people who are in their 30s. Like they stepping up to him like they about to do something. He's like, son, I'm not scared of you. I'll kill you, your mama, your daddy, your brother, your sister, your son, all of y'all. If you want to step to me. And I'm like, Dang,
Okay.
I think it's called 1984 or
Something
somewhere
like
around
that.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good show, which is
Or
also on Paramount.
1884.
Yeah, 1884. It's on Paramount Plus as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've heard good things about Yellowstone. I might get into it at some point. I don't know, but yeah, I've heard. I know it's a very popular show right now. So yeah, makes sense. Critical, your number one, 2022.
Yes. My number one is
Favorite
going
series.
to be the opposite of Yellowstone.
Okay.
It's going to be Snowfall. Because that's not how you're supposed to conduct business.
Man,
You know what I'm
nigga
saying?
shit. Nigga shit. That's what that is.
Y'all terrible. Y'all terrible. I swear to God.
You killing motherfuckers over drugs, really? All right, okay.
Yo,
that.
Man, the character development. I mean, like some of these characters is easy to get attached to. I mean, you watch like somebody who starts off because it's based off loosely based off of Rick Ross, the real Rick Ross.
Oh shit.
Freeway Ricky Ross.
And because he was a little bit upset at John Singleton because he's one of the creators, John Singleton, Eric Amadio, and Dave Adron. But he was a little upset with John Singleton because he didn't get paid to have his story.
They stole the story.
Yeah, so, but I mean, just to watch somebody who, you know, seems like who's naturally a good person, you know what I mean? But yet he's trapped and he's trying to find a way to get out. And at that time, it was drugs. And he got his family involved, thinking that his family can get out or whatever, or get into it to make money, then eventually get out. But unfortunately, they're being extorted by a CIA. So it's not that easy just to get out once you make the money, which they wanted to do. CIA is like, no, you got to stay in. And then if you get out, you know, the CIA might put you out your misery. So you got to kind of like stay put. And then you have people turning on each other, loved ones turning on each other. So it's this season in 2023 is going to be the last season, and hell has already broke loose in 2022. So it's all going to go down from here. I already know it's going to be a lot of deaths of the main characters. I pretty much figure. So that's definitely my number one.
Okay. Have not gotten into this show yet, but I know most of the memes, so I'll get into it when it finishes.
Okay.
Anybody else? Snowfall? Anything?
I heard it was a great show.
Like Critical South, it's a really good show. It is the opposite of Yellowstone, except for drugs and killing.
Right.
Yeah. So, but that's it's literally the direct opposite of Yellowstone. But it's a good show. It is a good show.
Okay. Cuba, number one favorite show of 2022.
Oh, I got Stranger Things, man.
Yeah.
Stranger Things. The introduction to Vecna. That motherfucker's legit, man. Especially the end scene with the rocker or whatever his fucking name is. The new addition they added, Eddie.
Eddie, yeah.
Yeah, man. That scene with him playing that guitar on the trailer in the underworld was sick as hell, dog. But yeah, man, just great show. Season. You said they're having a season 5, and that's the last season?
I believe that's gonna be the last season. Yeah.
It seems like every year they always say this season is going to be the last season. Is it me, or it seems like every year it's going to be the last season? Am I tripping?
Yeah, but I think they officially. I thought this was going to be the last season, but they said no. 5 is going to be that final one. So
yeah. So of course they all older. So I don't know how far they want to, because they damn near 20, right? Old dude got a beard and shit. Black dude.
Yeah.
But
they should be the Power Rangers.
They could be.
Yeah.
They could be the Power
Yeah, all I know is they're gonna be getting roles, man, because Millie Bobby Brown. I heard that Holmes movie. What's her name?
Yeah, Enola Holmes.
Yeah, I said I was gonna watch the first or both of them actually.
They're good. They're good movies. I like them.
On Netflix still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna check them out. But yeah, she's great. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Good list. 2022 was just a great year for series in general. I don't really have any bad shows. I try not to watch bad shows, so that's just me. Anything that was bad that y'all watched in particular that stood out to you?
Monday Night Raw.
She-Hulk.
Understand.
Hawkeye.
She-Hulk. Hawkeye was 2021, Alex. Get over it. All right? We're going to stop with the slander. All right?
Fucking tracksuit gang.
Anything
What is
else?
with you and these damn
They're in the
Marvel?
comic.
You don't like none of these
Anything
damn
else?
Marvel
We talking
shows.
2022, sir. Anything else?
But no,
Okay,
some of the shows y'all mentioned, I definitely want to check out, man. So that's what's up.
Okay.
Yeah, I was making the list, man. Where y'all were talking.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, Andor I liked, but it's not on my list. It was good. Don't get me wrong. I like it. I think the pacing could have been a lot better. It didn't need to be 12 episodes. It could have been done in 9 to 10, but that's just me. Wednesday was really good, but not good enough to be on my list. The Old Man. I don't know if y'all saw that. That was on Hulu. It had Jeff Bridges and John Lithgow. That was pretty good. It was on Hulu. He's like an old spy, and he's got to do some shit. Anyway, his past shit he did in the Middle East is coming back to bite him in the ass. Anyway, Sandman was dope. I like Sandman. Once again, wasn't good enough to be on my list. Under the Banner of Heaven. I don't know if y'all know of that. That was also on Hulu. Had Andrew Garfield in it. He's like a detective. It's like set in the 80s. He's a detective. And it's dealing with the Mormon church, and there's a crime, and he's a Mormon, and he's trying to figure out this whole thing. Really good show. It's on Hulu. But yeah, those are just some of the honorable mentions. Reacher on Prime was dope.
Reacher was good.
Yeah, Reacher was lit. Love, Death, and Robots season 3 I thought was really good this season. So yeah, those are just some.
Jack Ryan was pretty good too. If you've seen that, it's on Prime.
Yeah, I have not gotten to that series, but yeah.
Is that the guy from Quiet Place?
Yeah.
It's really good. It's literally a spy novel come to life, and they just put out season 3 like 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
Yeah, it literally just he's right. It literally just came out. Okay, so now we go transition to the big deal. Oh shit, where is it? Talk about the movies that we like this year. I know we're mainly movie people here. So we're going to get into that. 2022, I thought was a pretty solid year for film as well. So this is going to be interesting. I will say this is, my list is going to seem fairly, a bit basic, but it is what it is. These are just the movies that I got around to seeing this year. But I'm going to start it off again with my number 10, a controversial film. And I have my problems and my issues with it, but judging it as a movie, it is really fucking good for really great cast. And my number 10 is going to be The Woman King. That's going to be my number 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are we doing the best and worst list? Are they two separate lists? Or
two separate lists? I mean, we can do. You want to do worst first? We can do worst first.
No. I wanted to be sure.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we're gonna do best.
Just doing 10.
I'm doing. I mean, if you got 5, just wait for 5. I don't. Whatever. But yeah, number 10 on my list, Woman King. Well directed, well acted. The action was really. It's a solid action movie. I kind of low key wish it could have been a little harder with the action in terms of just the fight scenes, but the choreography I thought was really great. The story is good, even though it is a very, 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 very fictionalized portrayal of the Dahomey tribe, because the actual history is a lot more muddy. Then they kind of, in a way, whitewash it literally because the 2 white women wrote the script. But the acting in it is fucking great. Viola Davis did her thing. John Boyega was really good. Lashana Lynch, I thought was my favorite. She was fucking awesome, and I want to see her in more movies. But yeah, Woman King was fucking lit. That's my number 10, and that was a very big video on my channel. That actually kind of blew up. I was a little surprised by that. But yeah, Woman King's my number 10. D, what's your number 10 favorite movie of 2022?
This one is one of those that, and of course for me, because Best and Worst carries a lot of weight, it does lean more into favorite for me. But there was
favorite, yeah.
No, I just wanted to just make sure, because I understand some of these may not be considered in that way, even though I know it's still subjective. But I have to say, like, something about this film was really Just very simple and straightforward, and I kind of liked how, I don't know, there was something very I don't want to say Alfred Hitchcockish. I think it kind of starts out that way, and then it kind of devolves into something more in your face and violent. But I would have to say No Exit by I think it's directed by Damien Power, and it was a Hulu release.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's
Is that where John Boyega is like trapped in a bank?
Oh no, that's a different movie. This is about a recovering drug addict. She basically gets stranded at this rest stop during the blizzard, and there are like these, like I want to say it's like maybe 4 other people inside. And when she, goes outside and she's still dealing with her addiction or whatever, she's trying to kind of, get her stuff together. Well, she discovers that there is something in a van outside, and she realizes that van belongs to one of the people inside of the rest stop. So it is up to her to figure out why this thing is inside the van, and who's responsible, and how she can possibly get out of the situation when they're all stuck and stranded there because of the snow.
I did not. When did this drop? Because I have not heard about this movie.
That dropped. You know what? I didn't realize it was that long ago, but it was back in February.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have not heard of this.
But yeah, it was like I said. It's not. You could argue that there's not much to it, but there was something interesting about. Just kind of the way everything unfolds, kind of the discovery of the van, the discovery of what's in the van, and then even when you kind of think like, oh, this is the person that's done this, or this is why, you then find out that all these characters have secrets, and they, there's more layers to them, in really not so great ways. So just seeing the progression of the story, and just like I said, it takes on some very intense, very violent. Takes on some very extreme and violent moments. Like it really intensifies itself, and afterwards, I wasn't expecting it, but I don't know. I really enjoyed it.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of those Fox movies that they dropped on Hulu. Okay, so I wasn't familiar with that one. Alex, your number 10, sir.
I would have to say what you can watch on Netflix is a little movie called Bullet Train. I actually had a lot of fun with this movie. I mean, don't get me wrong, the story is stupid. It's the dumbest shit I've ever seen, but to see Brad Pitt interact with some of these characters was kind of funny, and it kept me engaged with the action scenes. And all this is happening on a moving train. Which kind of gave me I don't know if you guys seen that movie with Chris Evans. He's on a train.
Snowpiercer.
Snowpiercer.
It kind of gave me that same feel, but obviously more of a spy comedy thriller. And I think anybody should watch it. It was a Christmas movie that I watched, and it was really fun to watch. I think if you want to see like dumb fun on a train, this is the perfect movie to watch.
It is definitely dumb fun. It is definitely dumb. I would describe it as dumb fun on the train. That is very, very accurate. I watched it. It was whatever. I didn't. The main thing I liked was these 3 guys right here. These 3 are the lifeblood of this fucking movie. And his was fine. He didn't really talk, but he was cool. But they're the life. Their interaction is great. That's the lifeblood of the movie. Everything else is kind of whatever. But it's not a bad movie. I'm not gonna say it's a bad movie, but I did like the action is good. I thought it was a little. I think it's too long. That was the other thing. The movie is what, 2 hours? It's like 2 hours and like 40 or 30 minutes, and it really doesn't need to be an hour and 30, because I was literally watching it and it was like the hour and 15 mark. I'm like, man, this is a movie about to end, and I realized it's like 52 more minutes. I'm like, god damn, like what are we doing? But anyway, but Bullet Train's fine. It's not a bad movie, but watching it, I was like, it was alright. It is what it is. But it is a fun movie, I will say. Not to shit on Alex. It is a fun movie.
Yeah.
But, Cuba, you got a number 10, or are we waiting until like 5?
No, I'll do 10. I'll say the Samaritan. Y'all seen that with Sylvester Stallone?
Oh, okay.
Oh, the Amazon movie.
Yeah. I was not expecting anyone to say that. Okay.
I wasn't either.
Hey man, that's what I seen. Well, no, I mean
that was a movie. That was a movie they dropped in 2022. That is
when it come out, like in the summer.
Yeah. Wasn't it like June or July or something?
Oh
like
no,
that?
I'm looking. It was August 26th.
August. Okay, August. I knew it was. Yeah, it was something.
I mean, but you know,
Because Brogi, you got me to watch it.
Yeah, it's not a bad movie, but it's you know.
It's not a good movie.
I mean,
I like Bullet Train more. I will say that I did like Bullet Train.
Yeah, I'm definitely. It probably was better. I ain't see Bullet Train, but Bullet Train was better. Samaritan and Nemesis, they were like brothers, and were they brothers? I think, but then they were fighting.
Why are you? Oh wait, no, that's not a spoiler. Never mind. My bad. Keep going.
What the fuck?
That's not a spoiler. That's not a spoiler. My bad. That's not a spoiler. That's
the
first 2 minutes of the movie. My bad.
But yeah, I mean, but the kid comes out and asks him if he knows that he's a Samaritan, but Sylvester Stallone doesn't want to say shit, and so throughout the whole movie he's just in denial, but then apparently starts fighting these bad guys. I get that one guy looking like 6'9". White guy. But yeah, then in the end they had that scene, the buildings on fire and whatnot, and it turns out the mother. Oh, I ain't gonna say it. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't do all that.
Yeah, my bad. He wasn't Samaritan. Go ahead.
Oh, goddamn. Anyway, all right. Critical.
I spoiled it, but didn't spoil it, nigga.
Critical. Number 10. What you got?
All right, I don't know how I'm gonna do this because unfortunately I have to leave because I have to go to work. So should I just do a rundown to one, or just do my 10 and leave?
Do your 10. Yeah, if you gotta go, just do your fucking 10.
I'm just gonna run it down. All right. So my 10. Dang, what is my 10? Okay, number 10 would be Prey. You know, I think that was a great comeback for the Predator. My 9 would be Bullet Train. I thought that was super fun. I really enjoyed it. Gave me the not Ace of Spades. What's the movie with Common?
Smoking Aces.
Smoking Aces. Yeah,
Smoking
and
Aces,
also
I was thinking
Smoking Aces on the train. I like that. My number 8 is going to be Orphan First Kill. I thought that was a good sequel to Orphan and a good twist, because most movies that have a great twist in the original, it's kind of hard to have a great twist in the sequel. I thought that was pretty cool. 7 is going to be The Batman. I thought that was cool. Great version of the Riddler. I think the best Riddler ever. You know what I mean? And great rendition. Number 6 is going to be Black Panther. So number 5, I would have to say Intergalactic. That's on Netflix. It was written by Kid Cudi, one of my favorite artists.
Oh, yeah.
And it's it's a animation, but it's about black love. We rarely get black love in film anymore. It's always usually like black women chasing after white men. Black men got to sit back and just be happy for their white counterpart, stuff like that. But this right here was pretty good. Number 4 for me will have to be Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I thought that was really, really cool.
Number 3, okay.
Oh, my bad. Number 4. That's number 4.
Number 4. Oh, my
number 4. Yeah. Now my number 3 is going to be Smile. I think that was one of the best. Yeah, one of the best horror movies that came out this year. Number 2 is going to be Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think that was the Multiverse of Madness over the Multiverse of Madness. You know what I'm saying? My number 1 is going to be Brogi's number 10, and that's going to be The Woman King. Even though it wasn't,
okay,
yeah, even though it wasn't, real true events. I mean, a lot of stuff that happened in there just kind of, I guess diluted, the story. But it still was a good story. I won't say it diluted the story, but it diluted me wanting to enjoy it. But the story actually made me pull through and just enjoy what it was. I love the characters. And so, so that's my number 10. I'm sorry I had to do it that way, folks. But
no, you good.
You like that more than Wakanda Forever?
I did.
I did too.
I did.
Wow.
I did. I mean because
spoiler alert, Wakanda Forever ain't on my fucking list. It's not. It's not. It's honorable mention, but it's not on my list.
I think it was more, realistic what they did with the characters. I mean, Shuri, okay, you had to do what you could, but she gets stabbed in the stomach and then she's
At
doing
least she didn't
backflips
enslave our
afterwards.
fucking people.
Yeah, I like the first one.
Hey, you know what? Hey, look, Alex, you got a part on that one. I ain't gonna hold you on that one. You
What do you say?
At least Shuri didn't enslave our fucking people.
I mean,
Davis.
that's true. That's true. She
I
just
give you
gets
that.
stabbed in the chest and flips out of it, you know.
Exactly.
I give you that
but that's it, man. And yo, y'all have a happy New Year. If I don't hear from y'all or see y'all in the future, y'all have a happy New Year, happy holidays, man. And y'all take care and be safe. All right.
All right, see you.
All right, you say, man.
Same to you, man.
All right, one.
Deuce. All right. Wow, Woman King at number 1. Okay, that's. I was a little. Well, no, actually, I wasn't too surprised by that. That's good. D, your number 9.
Ooh, let's see. My number 9. I will actually give that to Marcel the Shell with shoes on.
Okay, that was a comedy, right?
I think so.
Well, I mean, it's animated.
Right, but it's not a comedy. I thought it was a comedy.
I wouldn't. Well, like it's like comedic in theory, but it's not like slapstick because there's like this real somber tone to it also, so it's a little more balanced than that, I would say.
Okay.
But yeah, Marcel the Shell with shoes on. It's a very unique. It's a very unique animated film. I wasn't familiar with this character at all. Apparently, it's been around for a little while, and so this is more of a it's kind of like a mockumentary comedy drama, and it is stop motion. And apparently there was like a series of shorts based on this character that have been around since I think maybe like the mid 2000s, like 2010 or something like that. And for me, it was interesting because this A24 distributed this. And basically, it's about a literal shell with shoes who can talk, and how basically he's been displaced. He and his grandmother have been displaced from the rest of his family, and it's about how he's discovered by a human being, and it's about kind of his journey to find his family, and and then kind of in that journey he becomes known, and just kind of the layers to that journey as it keeps going. And it's such, like I said, to not know anything about it, I was really surprised by how touching it was. Like there are a couple moments where chest got a little tight. There was some of the dialogue. I think there's a point where he basically asks, how long has it been since you've seen your family? He says that he doesn't know, but that kind of the space in his heart grows deeper every single day. And so I don't know, like it gets deep and deep in ways I wasn't expecting. And I just think it's a really unique animated film. I don't know, like, animation, there are so many different levels to animation, but this is one to me. It definitely is not your typical perception of what children's animation, because it still has like somewhat of a youthful tone to it, but then it has some kind of slightly mature, darker elements to it as well. I think it's worth watching.
Interesting. Yeah, I heard a lot of people talk about it, and I was like, the title, I was like, I don't know what the hell this is about. Then I saw it, and I'm like, okay, I don't know. But yeah, I know a lot of people really was into this film. I doubt I'll ever check it out, though, just to be honest. Alex, your number 9.
I would have to say, and I had to really think about it, my number 9 would probably be...
Say some bullshit, y'all.
No, it's not going to be Woman King. Fuck that.
The hatred.
But no, my number 9 would probably have to be... Oh God, it's like a tie between this. Like I'm juggling 2 movies in my head. Shit. Damn. Hold on. Let me pull up my list one more time just to make sure if I'm picking up the right.
You got a list, don't you?
I do. No, I have it in front of me, but it's between this. Okay, I would have to say, yeah, my number 9 would probably have to be the Batman.
Okay.
Only because, like, I I really enjoyed the Batman. I think the Batman was probably the best comic book movie of this year.
I would
The
agree.
reason why I have it at number 9, one, I think they made a mistake of making it too long. And two, there's just certain things that Batman does that I don't think he would have ever done. Like Batman in a fully suit running towards a ticking bomb. He
does that occasionally.
Yeah, but in the sense of not blowing up, like he's trying to save someone. There was no out to that. Like that guy was going to die regardless. And he had 10 seconds to give him information. So you're running towards him thinking that you're going to get valuable information within 10 seconds. I didn't think that was wise.
I will say him taking the bomb to the chest was bullshit. He shouldn't have been that close to him. I will say that. I will.
Yeah, that was bullshit. And also, Bruce Wayne showing up to the Penguins Club made no sense. I was just like, I mean, I get what they were doing, but you notice when he showed up as Batman, he got a very different response when he showed up as Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
So it was just, I just felt like there were certain things that the character did that he wouldn't do. But I will say the dynamic between him and Selena Kyle was amazing. The Riddler was fucking amazing. The Gotham City was a character in this film.
I agree.
So I enjoy the darkness of Gotham, and overall, the Batman was I believe is the best comic book movie of this year. My problem with it is, again, I think it's about 45 minutes too long, and there's just certain things, and I get it. Batman's like year 2, but Batman, I don't believe Batman would run towards an explosive just because. Like that just doesn't make any sense. But okay. But yeah.
I forgot about this movie.
I got you. Cuba. Number 9, if you got it.
I just seen it. I add this on there. Violent Night.
I wanted to see this.
Yeah, like I just seen it, but Santa Claus is an ass whooping machine, dog. Hey, you want to see Santa Claus in action? Go ahead and watch that movie, man. Yeah. But what I didn't know, watching, well, you can say the trailer somewhat exposed it, but normally when you have your Christmas movies or your Christmas and action movies, this one has. He's like actually Santa. He's not like this guy that's in a mall playing Santa and whooping ass.
Right.
This is actually Santa. Yeah, doing the fucking. He's fucking killing motherfuckers, dog. Mm-hmm. So, and of course that's the guy from Stranger Things and what else? The movie with Black Widow.
Yeah, Red Guardian.
Yeah, Red Guardian. Yeah.
Yeah. So That's what I thought of. And they also got the guy from The Pest, John, and also John Wick, John
Leguizamo.
Leguizamo, yeah. So, but the acting, watching certain parts, it was fucking ass. I'm sorry. I just like.
But the action was good.
The action was good. When you see it, you will know because when they're holding the wealthy people hostage is what fucking kills it for me. But cause my dad had told me about it months ago. All right, check this out. So he had seen it and then put it on today, and I checked it out. Well, yeah.
Okay, Violent Night. Yeah, that was one I wanted to check out. I'll probably watch it like next year around Christmas time. For me, my number 9 is gonna be a great movie. It's a Disney movie. I think this is the best animated movie from Disney of the year, and that is Turning Red. I love this movie. It's fucking great.
Bob Chapek, but yes, that's
this should have been in theaters. Of all the movies that they put in theaters, this one didn't go. They put this right on Disney Plus. It should have went to theaters because it was actually the best movie that they had. They thought it was going to be Lightyear. It wasn't Lightyear. It was Turning Red.
I didn't see that.
This movie was awesome. It's about a little Chinese girl in Canada in like the early 2000s, and she's got like a family curse, and it causes her to transform into a freaking giant red panda, and she's freaking out. And then she kind of comes up with a little scheme to kind of make some money off of being a red panda, taking photos and stuff, so she and her friends can go to this boy band concert. And it's a fun movie. She's got to deal with her overbearing mom and all of that type of stuff. It's a really good movie. People were protesting against it because it dared to acknowledge that women have periods. It happens, so people got upset. But it's a really fucking good movie. It's funny. The music in it is funny. The cast in it is funny. And it was a little bit of a nostalgia trip because it's like early 2000s. So there are certain things that, reminded me of my childhood, and I thought it was great. Turning Red, dope as shit. And really good Pixar film, I will say. Not one of their best, but it's one of my favorites in a while that they've done. Or at least the past, 3 years? So, yeah. That's my number 9. Alex, your number 8.
My number 8, that's also a animated film, and it's a film that I'm not sure if it came out in 2022. Mm-hmm. I want to say it did, but it's also a Disney movie, which is Encanto.
That was 2021, but I get what you say.
It came out in 2021. Okay,
it came out, and then I think it dropped on Disney Plus in 2022. So yeah.
See, that's what, because I never saw it in theaters. I saw it on Disney Plus. Okay, so if that's the case, I'll stick to 2022, and I'll switch that. But another movie I have on my list, which I'll replace that for number 8, is hold on, back up. Is The Woman King. I did like The Woman King.
Over here talking all that shit, and you still got it on your list. Man, you don't.
I mean, I do got it on my list, but I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's heavily exaggerated from the truth. Yeah.
You got it higher than I got it on my list. You over here giving me shit.
It's a good movie. It's a really good. I mean, I'm a fan of film and fan of story.
Yeah.
So I will say, putting all of the negative truths aside, yes, Woman King is a really good movie. I will say, to an extent, they are like the B team of the Dora Milaje, but I will say, I will say it is a pretty decent movie, because like I'm not talking Dora Milaje Wakanda Forever. I'm talking about Dora Milaje Black Panther.
Right.
Those Dora Milaje, I feel as though, would whoop the Woman King's ass. In my opinion,
they got superpowers. They got vibranium. That's not a fair.
No. They were warriors. The only thing that they had that was vibranium was their staff. That's it. Everything else was martial. Like, Okoye doesn't have powers, even though she should, in my opinion.
You're right.
But I will say The Woman King was an interesting story. What I did not like, and I was critical about Viola Davis kind of brushing it over the rug when she was being interviewed about it on the Breakfast Club and other media outlets, that yes, the Dahomey tribe did enslave us, but that same tribe also did try to liberate us. But you have to understand, the Dahomey tribe actually did hate us for a good bit before they came to our liberation. And I think that's something that's something that they should have expounded upon in that movie. If you're going to do a movie based off African warriors, quote unquote, and you saying it's loosely based off the truth, I mean, go real. And plus, this movie was produced by Netflix. Netflix would have went there if you allowed them to, in my opinion, because Netflix has done that before. So, but ultimately, I would have to go with Woman King as my number 8 pick.
Okay. Wait, we on? Oh wait, hold on. We're on 8. My bad. Cuba, you got 8?
Hey, what about D Movie Man?
No, it's your turn now.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll say the
Wait, am I looking at the right one? Hold on. Yeah, I'm looking at the right one.
I bet you Black Adam's on somebody's list.
I know it is. I know it is.
But I'll say I'll put The Gray Man. That's on Netflix.
Ooh.
Oh, that was pretty good. I like The Gray Man.
Or Ryan Gosling and Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty cool movie. Like, was it Hitman, right? And then they try to, what was it? Fuck, it's been so many months since I've seen it, but I did like the action. It got the black lady from the C movie with Jason Momoa. I think
Yep.
she was somewhat like I think a mentor to him. But then
Alfred Wood. Oh shit! What did I just?
Willard.
Alfred Woodard. Yeah, Alfred Woodard.
But and because I'm trying to, I've seen it, but it's been a minute. But all I gotta say is Captain America killed that part, man. He killed that role.
He was the best part of that movie.
Yeah, he killed it. Then the end scene was nice too. So
okay,
that's it. Yeah.
Okay, number 8 for me is Prey. Oh shit, it's Prey. Now I'm gonna kind of bundle this with the Predator franchise as a whole because I went back and rewatched the Predator franchise in prep. Well, when I say franchise, I mean the first movie, the second movie, and Predators. I didn't see the one that Shane Black did, but yeah, I love Prey. Prey was a dope movie. Watched it on Hulu. The concept was cool with the Native Americans versus the Predator, and they gotta survive and all that. I thought it was a nice little movie. And another way to reinvigorate the Predator franchise, and I had a great time watching it. And like I said, it was a combination of this and the entire franchise. And it's like, I don't know why this franchise has been kind of disrespected. Like they keep making these sort of odd movies. It's like it's not that hard of a concept to do. And I want to see another movie with them, either samurai or ninjas. I would prefer ninjas, but I want to see that as the next one. But I thought Prey was dope as fuck. So yeah, Prey is my number 8. And D, what is your number 8 favorite movie of 2022? Excuse me.
Let's see. That would actually be You Won't Be Alone. You can find that on Peacock. I first saw it at Sundance at the beginning of the year. It's kind of like I guess they would probably say you would consider an elevated horror film. It's a foreign horror film. The language is Macedonian, which is really unique. But basically, it's a story of like this infant, basically, who is taken from her mother by a witch, and she's turned into something like a witch. You probably look at it like a shapeshifter. Kind of, it's a bit of a twist on the mythology of what a witch is, but
right.
It's about her experience once she is transformed, and how through that experience she learns about the world, and she learns about humanity. She learns about sexuality and love and loss, and just all these things, all these aspects of what it is to be human, even though she's not human. So it kind of it's very disturbing to watch at first, because even when it comes down to the transformation, there are these points where you see I'll just say the witch itself in and of itself, the witch is not pleasant to look at. And then with the shape-shifting aspect, it's like they'll just pull organs out of their bodies and then they return to their normal cells. So it can be very jarring. But I actually was surprised by how kind of the message of this one, because not only does it subvert what we usually see as far as witches, but it actually had something to say about how, kind of similar to what I said about Claudia's character in Interview with the Vampire. How does your worldview and your development change when you are transformed into something that is not like a child or not human, even though you grow older and there are all these aspects of humanity that you are lacking. How do you then navigate life? And I liked how this film really explored that.
Okay, yeah, that was definitely one I had not heard of. But that sounds... It's not an A24 film, is it?
You would think it would be, but no.
Yeah, it sounds like it sounds like one of those A24 movies.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You said it was on Peacock?
Yeah, last I checked, I'm assuming it's still on there, but the last I saw, it was on there.
Huh. Okay. Number 7, Cuba. You got a 7?
Yeah, I'll say. Let me see. I'll put Uncharted on there. Tom Holland.
Was that 2020? Oh, that was.
It
wasn't
came
it?
out
No,
February.
that was 2022.
Yeah.
So of course, I'm a video gamer, and I played all of them except the last Uncharted with the two women on the cover.
That one's actually good, Cuba.
Yeah, but that's what it's based on. And when you watch the movie, you can tell like it picks up certain parts of the movie. I mean, of the video games, especially the cargo scene. That's from Uncharted 3, and just details out their adventures and treasures and whatnot. With Tom Holland, I'm surprised they went younger with him. I think the perfect actor would have been the guy from Bones.
David Boreanaz?
No, was it Bones? No, not. I'm sorry, not Bones. Castle. I'm thinking of Castle. The guy from Castle.
Oh, Nathan Fillion. Yeah, he too old. That's the reason why they didn't do it.
That's the thing.
Nathan Fillion did a short film of Uncharted on YouTube.
Yeah.
He is Nathan Drake.
Yeah, that was years ago. That was damn near a decade ago. No, that is a decade ago at this point.
Yeah, because he somewhat looks like him from that video game, the character Nathan Drake. So, yeah, I thought it was alright. It's on Netflix. I think it is.
Yeah, I think it's still on there.
So,
didn't get around to watch it. I didn't really have any interest.
But they made Sully younger as well. So, you said what?
I don't believe Sully, like, because Cuba, you played the game. Sully is a older man who loves Drake. In this movie, you can't trust Sully no further you can throw him.
Yeah.
And I hate that because that's not who Sully is today. So.
Yeah, it leaves him high and dry. So
yeah,
but I also like that they had the actual guy who voices Drake. Y'all know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Which part he was in?
He was in the wasn't he in the store where they had to give him the key to unlock the final piece before Tom and that girl drowned?
I didn't see the movie. I don't know.
No, well, I don't know if it was probably that, but I know that he was when they finished the cargo scene, and then they fell into the water and got washed ashore. He was on the lawn. He was on the chair on the beach. That's the guy.
That was him. Oh,
that was him. Yeah. So I don't know if they're making a part 2.
Oh yeah, they definitely making a part 2. That movie did very well.
They made a cliffhanger where Nathan's brother is still alive. So.
Oh yeah.
But they say they're doing. I mean, they're doing the franchise because it did so well.
Yeah. So that's what I got.
Okay. All right, my number 7 is Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, which recently dropped on. Yeah, recently dropped on Netflix. It was fucking great. I really enjoyed it. It's a lot more darker. No, that's Benicio del Toro. That's you thinking he did the Hellboy movies, the first 2, and Shape of Water. Yeah. So yeah, apparently they've been working on this thing for like 15 years. I didn't realize that, but yeah, this movie was awesome. It's a much darker take on Pinocchio, and it's set during World War II in Italy, and that influences the story. But it's also a little more mystical, as you can see with the blue fairy here, and and the stop motion animation. I love animation, and this was one of the most beautiful animated movies that was released this year. Very good story. Pinocchio's an annoying asshole, but he's kind of supposed to be that way.
Such a lying asshole.
Yeah. Well, you know what? He doesn't lie as much as you would think in this one, but he is just annoying because he's very naive. And what's his name? God damn it! Ewan McGregor as the cricket was really great too. And dope film, beautiful story, beautiful animation. I loved it. Where are we at? D, what is your number 7 favorite movie of 2022?
I am going to go with Vengeance. That was, I believe it was written, directed by B.J. Novak. You probably know him from the.
Yeah, I remember hearing about. I remember hearing about this one.
Yeah, and this was his directorial debut. He's the main star of it. Boyd Holbrook, Issa Rae, Ashton Kutcher are also in it. Basically, it's a story of a journalist gets a phone call from the family of a young woman he was involved with, but he wasn't in a real relationship with. However, his family was led to believe that they were in a full-blown relationship. And it turns out that so they want them to come down and be a part of the funeral and the whole thing. He does it, but then he realizes that the older brother has a theory about how she actually died and who might be responsible. So he ends up going on this very unexpected kind of murder mystery investigation as he kind of starts to form this really weird, unlikely relationship with her family, who, like I said, this is a journalist from New York, and this is in Texas, and he's kind of having to work through the culture of Texas and the very Texan, Texas family. And
yeah, is it a period piece?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a period piece or is it like modern day?
Oh no, it's modern day.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it was really funny. It was really charming. Took a little bit threw a bit of a curveball at the very, very end, but I don't know. I really liked the perspective of this, and going into it, I wouldn't have thought that it would have had as much to say that it did. I remember when I did my review, because I did a review for this one, and I was like, I don't know how folks from Texas are gonna feel, because they definitely fire some shots. But to me, it was, for the most part, it was all in good fun. And I'm really interested in seeing what else BJ Novak does, because I thought this was a really solid directorial debut.
Yeah, he was Ryan on The Office. Yeah, good for him. Good for him. Yeah, I remember hearing about this one, and I was like, oh, he directed, because it was like he was directing and acting and all of that. And I was like, okay. But I didn't know anything about like the plot or anything. But yeah, that sounds interesting. Alex, your number 7 favorite movie of 2022?
My favorite, one of my movies I really had fun with this year was Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Yeah, I knew somebody was going to have it on their list. I knew it.
That movie was fucking amazing. Knuckles was always my favorite character. That was the character I used to play with all the time. And to see him voiced by Idris Elba and him working with Dr. Robot, I mean, I was like, this is what a Sonic movie is supposed to be. And then to see Super Sonic in the end whoop his ass and
Why are we spoiling the movie? Why are we spoiling the movie, sir?
I'm sorry. Oh, y'all haven't seen the movie?
I've seen it, but I don't know why.
I've seen it.
Okay, well, fuck it then. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, so to see, I won't spoil it anymore, but to see the different elements of that film, it was just. I mean, I might as well. I mean,
yeah, go ahead. I don't. Yeah.
It was really, really good. They make a Dwayne The Rock Johnson and Vin Diesel joke in that movie, which is hilarious.
Wait, how'd it go?
It was like, because Sonic and Knuckles had a beef. And
right.
Sonic was comparing their beef to Dwayne The Rock Johnson and Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel, yeah, that's what they did.
Yeah, and it was a really good movie. That end credit scene was amazing. All I'm gonna say is I'm campaigning for Keanu Reeves to voice that particular character.
Really?
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Keanu Reeves?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. So I really just enjoyed.
I might add that on mine,
honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing this in theaters. I liked it more than the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think it was like super great, but I thought it was fun. And one of the funnest parts for me was it was annoying because I'm in the theater with like all these little kids watching the movie. I hate watching movies in theaters with a bunch of little kids. But the post credit scene when they show that certain character, it was kind of fun and heartwarming that the majority of the kids in the theater knew who that character was. They go, it's him. I was like, that's kind of nice that these kids, are caught up on their Sonic. So, but other than that, I like the humans, the two sisters. The two sisters. I like their bit. They were pretty funny. Jim Carrey was really fucking funny.
I feel like if you're going to cast Shamar Moore in any movie, why does he always have to play a cop? like or FBI.
That's his thing now.
Criminal Minds, man.
I don't get it. You're like,
That's his
but
thing.
you know.
But
I mean, shit. If you was, I mean, that was gonna be my next one. So fuck whatever he said. Sonic, that's it. So it might as well skip me.
Yeah.
Then.
Okay, Sonic. You like Sonic? Did you see Sonic 2, D?
I did not. I still need to watch the first one and the second one, but they look like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say the first one is very. Oh, they're both child-friendly movies, and in various degrees. Although I think the second one had a little bit more Sonic stuff in it. That's why I liked it more. There is a segment that is really fucking stupid. When they're at the
The bar?
Himalayas. Yeah, the bar. Yeah, that shit was terrible. They could have took that out. It's a whole dance sequence. It was not good, but everything outside of that was really good. Jim Carrey is great. This is classic, like early 2000s Jim Carrey, where he's just putting it all on the line. It's really good. But
yeah, a lot of callbacks to the original games too. So
right.
So my family has made it back, and I think this is gonna be our last night before we leave.
Okay.
So I'll probably have to run through just a few more of mine and then head out. Unfortunately,
that's good. That's good. Are you good? Oh wait, shit, I'm next. Yeah, because this is 6. We'll get 6 out of the way, and then we'll just run through 5 after that. My number 6 movie I just watched. It just dropped on Netflix. You probably know what it is, and it is. Hold on. Did I spell it right?
Glass Onion.
Yes, that is it.
Oh, I was gonna watch it and I fell asleep.
Knives Out, Glass Onion, fucking dope. I loved it. Really enjoyed this film. Rian Johnson, he's a really good director, despite my issues with The Last Jedi, which are not all the same issues that everybody else has. But anyway, Rian Johnson's a very good director, and I love this character, this Benoit Blanc character. It's fucking great. Hopefully, we'll get 3 more movies out of this because it's not like super action packed. So Daniel Craig can do it for the rest of his career.
Damn.
The cast is great. What's his name?
Edward Norton.
Edward, thank you. I kept thinking Sam Rockwell. Edward Norton's fucking hilarious. Janelle Monáe is fucking a beast in this movie. Yeah, she's a very. I haven't seen her act that much, but she does a very great job in this. And everybody else is great. Kate Hudson, I didn't know her name. I couldn't recognize her. I know that face, but I couldn't picture the name. She's funny. Batista's funny. Everybody's funny.
Yes, sir.
This is good. Oh wait, that's not Kate Hudson. That's Kate Hudson. Anyway, fun movie. I enjoyed it. Do I like it more than the first? I got to rewatch the first. I think I still like the first just a little bit more, but like I said, this series is fucking awesome, and I can't wait to see the rest of it. So yeah, that's my number 6.
I might check it out when we done with this.
Anything on Glass Onion? I know D, you probably might have it on your list, so you might.
This one's on my list.
Okay. Well, we'll keep it moving then. D, you are next. Number 6.
Yes. So I will go. Yes. I'm actually gonna go with Pearl by Ty West. Yeah, and it's interesting because I was not a huge fan of X. A lot of people loved X, and I did not.
Man, my brother was trying to get me to watch that movie so hard. He's like, "You gotta check out X." I'm like, "I'll watch it when it's on streaming." It's been on streaming. I still ain't watched the damn movie, but I will get into it eventually. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad film, but to me, like the whole thing is, I think for people who just like slashers and that's all they want, I think it's cool. I think that's probably why people like it. But to me, I think the concept of, these people, filming this adult video and then this whole other horror slasher element, it's doing a lot of like referencing to other horror, very famous horror films like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. There's a Shining reference and things like that. But because it does so much of that, it never really felt like its own thing. Like there are a couple moments where I was like, oh yeah, and it was really like out there and kind of balls to the wall, but then in a lot of ways it was too conventional as far as a normal slasher, so that's why I didn't get into that. But Pearl, to me, the reason why I was, and then of course there was a disconnect as far as understanding some of the characters and backstory. So Pearl, was perfect to, accompany this, because then even though I still don't love X, I appreciate it a little bit more after watching Pearl. And it's more character driven and it's a little bit more story driven, which personally I gravitate to that a lot more. And I like that of course we get some some violence and a little bit of gore and nastiness and all that, but I just like that there was something to accompany it. And then Mia Goth is is I don't know if people have been paying attention, because I actually saw her in the film Emma. I think it was back in 2020, and to see her in that, and then in Nymphomaniac, and then in X, and then Pearl, and then the monologue she has in this film, and just the range of emotions that she expresses, she is definitely one to look out for. So Pearl is definitely up there. I think in some ways I wanted a little bit more out of the story, and so I kind of wanted to delve a little bit deeper there in some aspects, but I still really, really enjoyed it.
Okay, yeah, and they're doing like a third one, right? That's
Yeah,
like the sequel to this. Yeah. I'll check them out eventually. I've heard good things about them. Well, yeah, my brother was like, "Yeah, you gotta watch. You got." I'm like, all right, I'll check. I still ain't got into it, but I'll watch it. I'll definitely check it out. Cuba, you got a 6?
Yeah, I'll put Prey up there.
Okay.
I enjoyed it. I think it's one of the best Predator movies out there, honestly, because I went back and watched the second Predator because I had never seen it before.
Right, me neither.
Well, as a matter of fact, I rewatched the first one. I've seen that multiple times, but the second one I haven't seen with Danny Glover. But Prey I thought was great because it was like a prequel to the other Predator movies, right? I believe
yes.
so. But I did like. Well, I'm skim to the end. I did like at the end when they, I think it was before the credits or during the credits, how it explained or how it showed all the 3 ships.
Dropping them off and all that shit.
Yeah, dropping them off. So, but
it might be returning or some shit like that.
Yeah. Something like that. But I did like that scene in the middle where the Predator was just whooping their fucking asses.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. I think it was it. Yeah, but. That's that. And then the bear scene, that was kind of in the trailer. They did a little different in the trailer because when there's a trailer, they try and get your attention. Okay, we're gonna check it out. But when I seen the trailer, then seen the actual movie, they just did it a certain way with that bear.
Yeah.
But that's it.
All right, Alex, your number 6.
My number 6 was Glass Onion. So every point there you go. That you echoed, I agreed with. I like the first one a little bit better, but this one was really good too.
Yeah, Glass Onion was dope. I like the soundtrack, like the cast, all that shit. All right, D, you are up next, and you can give us your last 5 if you got to bounce.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I think my last 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So, and I'm still wondering whenever I do my video, anything will change. But from what I can see, we have the Batman. I was not super invested in the Batman because I was like, this is going to take itself too seriously. I see this runtime. We've done this how many times before? I think I might be over it. I'm going to be bored and tired. I'm not going to be feeling this. And I was absolutely wrong. I do think it's still a little bit more bloated and self-indulgent than it probably has to be. But for it to be as long as it is, I was surprised by how well paced it was. I enjoyed, kind of the new characterization with a lot of these figures. On the fence about Riddler, I understand what we were doing with Riddler, but I still kind of have a little bit of love for the original iteration of that character. But I like the fact that they were, they were trying to really. Really kind of breathe some new life into these characters. A lot of people look at Robert Pattinson and just see Twilight. I've seen him act in other things, so I kind of figured there was potential. My issue was just like, will young, kind of the, early origins, Batman, young Bruce Wayne, will that work? And it actually worked a lot better than I thought it would, even though I can see where there were maybe some kinks in there. Next, there is Good Luck to You, Leo Grand. Saw that at Sundance also, and then I believe it's on Hulu now. But it's basically the stars Emma Thompson, and it's basically this older woman who basically develops a relationship with the
I've seen this poster.
Yeah, escorting a sex worker, and really you can kind of tell watching it that it's one of those. It's a film that was definitely made during the Ponderosa, which is my personal word for the pandemic. But you can tell it's one of those. And if you are not someone who likes those films where it's clearly just like Malcolm and Marie, or I can't think of another one, but Malcolm and Marie is another one where it's mainly conversations and it's very dialogue driven specifically. I think Mass is another film that does that. But I like that because it doesn't work for every film, but because I'm a person who appreciates good dialogue and writing and hearing conversations even in real life, I enjoyed seeing the progression of this relationship, and I liked how it explored sex. I'm not into, most of the time I'm not here for how sex is portrayed in films, and especially with Hollywood, because it's just real corny, over the top, ooh ah ooh type of stuff, and it's just like there's so many layers to sexuality that these films can explore, and I felt like it was really refreshing in the way that it actually explored that topic, and I was actually impressed with that in a lot of ways. So definitely had to include that on the list. The Banshees of Inisherin, with Colin Farrell and Brandon Gleeson. I was already interested in seeing this one because I'm a fan of both actors, but I was surprised by how funny this was, and kind of darkly funny. I enjoyed the performances. Carrie Condon, she's been nominated, and I've been a fan of hers since I love the series on HBO, Rome. I watched that back in high school. That's one of my all-time favorite series. Ended way too soon. So to see her on that show and then nominated, and she was probably one of the best parts of this. Farrell was great. All the performances, the cinematography, it being set in Ireland. I love the cinematography and the visuals as well. Really solid film. Next, we have Top Gun Maverick. As someone who had no investment in the original Top Gun and was never interested, the fact that they had a film, a sequel that was not only almost 30 years after the fact, but just there was something so nostalgic and so, I don't know, there was something so distinctive about how this just kind of felt like the type of movie we don't really see. Even though it's set in the here and now. I love the practicality of it. I love the fact that whether people like Tom Cruise or not, I love that when it comes to filmmaking, he's willing to go the extra mile. So having these actors and having everyone actually film inside of these jets and have the practicality of it and not just rely on green screen and all of that, it was a very exciting movie. It was poignant, it was touching, and it didn't really require you to have necessarily seen the first film, because not knowing anything, everything it still made sense. I got the central concept. It totally made sense, and so it really deserves all the love that it's getting, and I think it has a universal appeal in ways that go kind of beyond, because I was like, even films about either the military or the Air Force or the Navy, anything like that, that's not usually my jam. But it really helped me also appreciate that world as someone who's never had the experience and doesn't know much about it. So that additionally, really, really solid film. And I would say probably it's been my top since I first saw it. I think it's become one of those films where, because it's getting so much kind of acclaim now, people don't really like it. They feel like, what's the big deal? All I can say is I saw it myself before anyone said anything and made my own informed decision. That would be Everything Everywhere All at Once. Michelle Yeoh. I've been rocking with Michelle Yeoh since I was 10 years old, and she's always been, a great actress. And I'm glad she's finally getting her flowers now, even though I feel like it's ridiculously overdue. But,
bringing it home.
Huh?
I said you're bringing it home with this one.
Yeah, there was so many layers to this, And like I said again, I appreciate balls to the wall when it's done well. I remember when I looked at the trailer, I thought it was going to be, too, kind of experimental, or it's going to be like, some films are just weird for the sake of weird, and it's like not accessible. It feels like, why are we doing this? Why are we, like, it feels obnoxious. But to me, it was very original and very clever. Like, the editing was crazy, the transitions, the effects, the costume design. I think all the performances overall are solid. Especially, I don't want to mispronounce his name.
Short round. Let's say short round. Short round.
Yeah, short round. But his performance was excellent. I think Stephanie Sue, who plays the daughter, I don't think she's getting enough acclaim for her role as well. But it just was such a uniquely put together film, and there's a lot of work that they put into it, and it really shows in the final product. And I hope it wins big. They've already gotten a lot of nominations, and I think it deserves all the attention, all the acclaim that it's getting.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. Yeah, solid list. Yeah, the Banshees are in the shirt. I keep hearing people talk about it. Knowing that I like those two actors too, Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson, I would definitely check that one out when it's like on streaming. I guess I ain't going to theaters to see it, but I definitely do want to see that one out. And Top Gun Maverick, fire movie. Everything Everywhere All at Once, another fire movie. So yeah, solid
I still
list.
ain't see the first Top Gun. I was watching it. But,
yeah. But I mean, I agree with D. You don't necessarily have to watch the first one to pick up, because it is kind of just a redo in a weird way. It's like the same, but just better. It really is. But yeah, both are good movies though. But yeah, it definitely enhances a couple of things if you have seen the first movie, but it's not like super required. But yeah, no, solid film. Yeah, that was a good list right there. Definitely a lot more indie films on there, which is what I was expecting from UD. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, great, good shit. I don't know, Alex, are you still there? Because he's technically up next. If not,
heating up some Hot Pockets.
Yeah, he heating up something.
I'm still here. I just had to pee.
Oh yeah, you good? Same thing. You are next. Your number.
Do you want me to run it? Are we doing one by one, or are we running them all down?
You know what? At this point, fuck it. We can run them down, and then we'll just discuss after that. So yeah, from 5 to 1. Go ahead.
Okay, my fifth pick is. By the way, I enjoyed your last 5 picks, D man. Those were really dope. My fifth pick was Wakanda Forever. I understand the criticisms and why people did not like it, and I will even say I wasn't necessarily. I'll say this: I understand why Shuri became Black Panther. Yes, spoiler, but I mean at this point we know that. Yeah, I understand why she became Black Panther. I think what I disagree with is how they went about it, because her being angry, I get it, but why see Killmonger? I just feel like that scene was so out of place, and I think it's one of the best scenes in the movie, though. I like that scene. I mean, I like the scene. It's a dope scene because it was good to see that dynamic between them two. But what I mean by out of place, Shuri is not sure. I never believed Shuri became Eric Killmonger. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Eric Killmonger wanted to inflict genocide with Wakanda included. Mm-hmm. Shuri just wanted revenge. That's it. And she wanted to put down Namor. She was not going to put down America, in a sense, even though she was frustrated at America. I also love the fact that Ryan Coogler did a really good job, in the beginning of the movie. America is not to be trusted. When we came to America and said, hey, we want to give our resources, but in a very different way. And just like America, they want to destabilize Wakanda, but they fucked up because none of their special forces can top them. Yeah. It's just impossible. It's not going to happen. You're not going to fuck with Wakanda. At least I hope not in the future iterations. What really sold that movie for me, though, because I did love the teacher, right? But it was Angela Bassett. Every time she was,
she killed that shit.
Oh my God, Angela Bassett felt like she was my mom. You know,
Yeah, she
I
was
loved
awesome.
I loved every moment of her on that screen. She definitely deserves a nomination for best supporting actor or best lead actor for that film because she did an amazing job. So that's my 5th pick. My 4th pick would have to be hold on, let me pull up my list. Okay, Avatar: The Way of Water.
I haven't seen that yet. It will probably.
Never seen it yet.
Yo,
I rewatched the first
God.
one last week.
I seen this movie in Dolby 3D. There's a reason why James Cameron cannot be fucked with. He cannot.
Just like that.
They place you in Pandora where you hear the creatures moving in the forest and then under the sea. You hear the wind, you feel the rain, you feel the movements in the ocean. You see the different color palettes between the animals and the ocean and the Na'vi. How sacred this land is. Avatar: The Way of Water is not only a step up from the first movie, it is a visual masterpiece that's ultimately about family. And
Right.
it's a good movie. I would encourage you guys to watch it. I will say it is 3 hours,
Yep.
but
I'm gonna wait.
I feel as though once you get enamored by the visual feast of effects that they're giving you,
Right.
it's like you're just along for the ride. So I enjoy Avatar: The Way of Water. So that would be my my number 4th
Cool.
pick. I'm putting my other list. My 3rd pick is Top Gun Maverick. So like D Movie Man said, I never watched the first movie. My dad is a huge Top Gun fan. Personally speaking, I think Tom Cruise in every movie he's done, he's in an airplane of some kind. And I thought
That is facts. He was on one on IG.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even in Mission Impossible, the motherfucker's in some form of an airplane or a helicopter or something.
Yeah.
So somebody told me, yo, you should just watch it in IMAX. When I watched this in IMAX, and I don't know if you guys seen it in IMAX.
No, I didn't get it.
Nice.
You see Tom Cruise in the pilot seat trying to just shift the plane. You feel the pressure in the movie like, this shit ain't easy at all. Like,
Yeah.
these motherfuckers could die. And it was the realism of putting these actors in the plane saying that, listen, this shit ain't for the weak. And it's a good military story of how soldiers are just as good as the technology you try to replace them with. And I think they did a good job telling that story. I believe that movie is going to be nominated for Best Picture, and it has the potential to win because I never thought it would hit $1 billion, and I never thought I would like it as much as I did. And again, I still have not seen Top Gun 1, but I can only assume if it's a fraction as Maverick, I might like it just as much as I like Maverick.
It's
So,
like I was telling Cuba, the first one is basically Top Gun Maverick, but not as technically advanced. So the stories are kind of the same, but not, it's like a redo of the first one, but a little different because it's a younger generation. But it's kind of very similar to a degree, and everything that the first movie did, Top Gun Maverick just makes it better. And but it's not a bad movie though. Like Top Gun is a solid movie. I saw it a lot as a kid because they used to show that on TV all the time. So and
I love the song, that song. I can't. I would sing it. But
Danger Zone.
Yeah. Like, that is the mark of Top Gun. So every time I hear that song, I think about Tom Cruise. My number 2 pick is a Netflix film that I feel as though was so underrated, but it was fucking amazing.
You bet.
They took sci-fi, Star Wars, time travel, and put it into the movie. It is the fucking Adam Project. That movie was.
That's number 2.
That's number 2.
I gotta rewatch that.
Okay. That movie is fucking amazing. Like at one point, there's a fight scene where they're using lightsabers, but they're not lightsabers, but they're just as cool. Oh my god! And to see Ryan Reynolds do something a little bit more different from, I mean, it's still Ryan Reynolds comedy, action, weird shit, but this particular film, to see a future version of himself trying to save his dad, it's about family, it's about love, and it's about the advancement of obviously technology. And when you are an innovator and you create something, the government, as always, will try to take it and repurpose it to their benefit to rule mankind. If you have not seen the Atom Project,
I forgot about this movie.
I mean, that movie is fucking amazing. It is on Netflix. I encourage everyone to go watch it. Now, you've never seen it?
No, I said me and my dad seen it. I was tired of shit, so I fell asleep. But I seen most of it.
Now, my my number one movie of this year, and it's kind of on pole of what you guys have already said, would have to be Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Interesting.
Because this was a low budget movie and they told a better version of the multiverse than they did that Doctor Strange movie.
That is a fact.
And I enjoyed it. I want to see spin-offs or sequels or fucking whatever. I mean, they did a really good job telling this story. I think how they utilize the Asian culture to tell sci-fi multiverse, stories. I mean, they were one of the originators to develop concepts like that. So to see it played out in such a low budget film where it doesn't even seem low budget was really cool. And it's not just the multiverse aspects, it's the story that's told behind it. Because anybody who watches anything that has to do with multiverse, it's confusing. That's why most of those movies are not well liked by the general public. However, this has a good story that interwoves the multiverse, which I really enjoyed. So that would be my number one pick.
Okay. Solid list. So that's two. Oh wait, no, Crit had he had one pick. So that's two for Everything Everywhere All at Once. Interesting. Cuba, you want to do your last five or whatever you got?
Yeah, let me go ahead and say I'll put Black Panther 2 up there. Number 5. What I didn't get was, by the way, on the other stream, a motherfucker up there calling me Neymar, whatever his name is.
You do look like Neymar.
Man, shut the fuck up, man.
If you had a goatee, you would, and you grew your hair out, you would kind of look like Neymar.
Well, that picture right there, he said, he says I look like Neymar, and he calls me Aqua Nigga. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Lord Jesus.
What the fuck is going on here?
God damn.
But yeah, I got that. But yeah, I did the scene when they fuck it, I'm gonna spoil it. Fuck it, everybody probably seen it now. When Angela Bassett dies, that scene, and like you said, she did she did a great job with the movie. But he kills her that scene, and all of a sudden in the end, they side by side.
Yeah, like, it was weird. It was weird, yeah.
But
I thought that was a bit odd how they
and
got
he was
forced into that situation. Yeah.
And he was whooping her ass on land, and he got to be near the water. He was whooping her ass. But
he is super strong. Yeah, no, but you're not wrong.
Yeah, but it was smart how they did get him away from the water and how they made that plan, and they got him in that little aircraft. Well, in the moisture, that way he couldn't get that water that he's used to. And I did like how they explained how they was on land and then everything went underwater and shit. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, that's that. That's number 5. Number 4. Let me see, because I'm trying to figure out which order. I'll put I'll say Black Adam. Black Adam, yeah, The Rock. I thought
Negro, please.
He liked Black Adam. He likes The Rock. He's a big fan of The Rock. I'm not mad at him.
The Rock. What the hell was wrong with Black Adam? You don't like none of the goddamn superheroes. That's what I noticed.
He's very
You laughing, you hear laugh. But yeah, I mean,
I thought that was fake.
Well, you say you didn't care too much for it, right?
Nah, I wasn't the biggest fan of it. I didn't hate it, but it exists.
Well, I did a video. Now he's not going to be in like the DC universe. That alongside Superman. So I'm not sure. I don't know if they're going to do another Black Adam or what, because Rock said it took him 15 years for this to get out.
Yeah.
And so the action I did like.
I like the action.
Yeah, dialogue could have been somewhat better, but fuck it. But yeah, and then in the end, I did like the end scene though with forget the boss. The boss guy's name.
Jesus, what is this?
Sabat. And it's on HBO Max, so I was gonna watch
everyone's favorite villain, Sabat.
And I did have a crush on a girl on the right. But anyway, that's number 4. So number 3, I'm gonna put. I'll put the Batman up there because he was year 2.
Yeah.
2. Still, because you can still see certain mistakes, of him. He's still new as Batman, and like you said, I think this version of the Riddler, or someone said, I don't know. I did like that version of the Riddler. Yeah, I thought he killed it, and you mentioned the box. I see it. I think it came out around my birthday, and I was like, the only time I had seen it, and then it came out, and I had watched it again when I was at the gym, but I didn't finish it. But and that's Zoe Kravitz. No, that's Lenny Kravitz's daughter, right? I thought she did okay as was it Catwoman?
Yep.
But yeah, that's that. I don't know if they're going to do another. Do y'all know if he's going to be Batman again, or they're going back to Ben?
They're doing a sequel.
Okay.
Yeah, they're doing a sequel.
And I also, because I was tired of shit, man. I fell asleep again. This shit was long as hell, man.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's gotta. Yeah, it definitely could be a little shorter.
Yeah, and I didn't know that was Colin Farrell.
Yeah, as the Penguin.
Penguin, yeah. That makeup was fucking great, man. Because I didn't know. I had to look it up to see.
Yeah, it was insane.
And then had Joker at the end. That came out a little later. So yeah, got Batman. Number 2, I'll put Hustle in there. Y'all seen Hustle? Adam Sandler on Netflix.
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, it's, the sports. Was it the agent?
Yeah,
the agent for the.
That was this year. God damn, that's right. That was this year.
Yeah, for the 76ers. That was a great movie. Goes and gets. I think his name is Juancho Hurley Gomez. I think he plays for. I think the Utah Jazz. I think he's like one of those role players, journeyman that goes on a lot of these teams. He's not no superstar or nothing, but in that movie, that motherfucker looked like Jordan on steroids. but yeah, I mean, he did a great job. It shows him going. Adam Sandler goes, I think, to Brazil, and then he discovers him because he was up there just giving dudes the business, man. And that's how it is nowadays. You got Luka Doncic, Nikola Jokic. You got these European guys, get these triple doubles, putting up monster games, and so that's how they made him seen in the movie. And Adam Sandler did a great job. And then it shows at the end. I think he's an assistant. I think he's the assistant coach for the 76ers. And he gets Bo Cruz a spot in the league. And then they had, I think he was on the Celtics, and then they had Anthony Edwards. He plays for the Timberwolves. I thought he did a good job as well. When he's done with basketball, he probably got something in acting. But Anthony Edwards was like his main antagonist. That was kind of shitting on where he was from and whatnot, and getting in his head, especially in that second Pro-Am game. But Hustle's legit, and Number 1, Doctor Strange.
What?
Doctor Strange.
Multiverse of Madness.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I mean,
but-
it's not that bad of a movie. It's just
Yeah, it's a popular movie.
It's not on my list though.
It's not on mine either, but it's yeah. I didn't hate the movie. I gotta go back and rewatch it, but I didn't hate it.
I will say though, I feel like once you rewatch it and watch WandaVision again, I think we might appreciate it a little bit more.
Right.
Maybe.
A lot of movies, y'all, because it was like indie movies and stuff. I really don't watch those, so
Yeah.
a lot of these I've seen in theaters. I thought Wanda's damn near just as powerful as. I ain't gonna go as far as saying Thanos, because Thanos needs the gauntlet.
Yeah.
But Wanda's fucking powerful, man, and I thought she was really the star of the movie.
I mean, yeah, she kind of was, yeah.
Yeah.
Typically, Wanda is powerful than Thanos. Like the directors alluded to, that Wanda is powerful than Thanos. It's just that she's still young in her abilities.
Yeah.
She doesn't know how to defeat Thanos. But when she loses her shit,
Yeah.
Thanos ain't fucking with
shit
her.
up.
He ain't fucking with her. But I did, because you got to go back and watch WandaVision to understand, the stuff with her and the kids. Because she really did that, be with her kids and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So, but she lit up, was it Professor, what they called the people, they had Mr. Fantastic.
The Illuminati.
Illuminati, yeah. The Professor X got fucked over.
Yeah.
And they fucked everybody up.
They killed all they,
Black Bolt's mouth.
the one that played, what's her name?
Captain Britain?
Was that
Captain
the one?
Marvel?
I want Captain Marvel. She was the love interest in Captain America.
Captain Britain.
Yeah,
Captain Carter. Captain Carter.
Carter,
Sorry,
yeah,
Captain
Carter,
Carter.
yeah.
Captain Carter, sorry.
So it was
Captain
like 4 or
Britain,
5
somebody
of them. I thought that shit was great, man, when she had old dude close the dude's mouth and then blew his fucking brains out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was pretty fucked up. That shouldn't happen, but yes, that did happen.
Yeah, but
That
I say that Wanda, was the star of it, and I couldn't stand old girl traveling from different dimensions and shit. She pissed me off.
Oh, you didn't like America Chavez?
Hell nah, man. You don't know where the fuck. Go ahead.
She'll be around for the next 20 years, so get used to it.
Next 20 years, well, fuck it then.
We'll see. I don't believe we'll see her that much, but we'll see.
We'll see.
I don't believe. I think we'll see her sprinkled in, but
She one of the youngins.
I hope they don't give her a movie. If they learn anything about Phase 4,
Right.
the young shit to Disney Plus to an extent.
Yeah. I feel you on that one. Okay.
What is I noticed no one had. I thought about saying it because I had seen it. I thought he did a great job. What's his name? The guy that played Batman. He was Gore and
Thor: Love and Thunder.
What's the actor's name? Cause I just seen
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale. Yeah, Christian Bale. I thought he was okay.
Yeah, that movie is definitely not on my list.
Yeah, it's not on mine. Yeah.
I mean,
right.
he was the best part, but we only one God.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, that's true. All right, so I'm gonna run down my 5. Number 5, I had The Northman.
Okay. Which
I don't know if y'all saw The Northman, but this shit is lit. It's basically like Lion King, but like super bloody and super gory. It's like a very adult. It's on Prime right now. It's like a very adult fantasy where you don't really know what's real and what isn't, because there's some fantastical stuff happening, like witches and magic and shit like that. But you don't really quite know what's real and what's fake. But it's really awesome. It's basically this young guy. His dad is a king. He's a Viking king, and he gets killed. And he goes away. He becomes a badass, and he ends up running into his mom, who got taken away by his uncle, who betrayed his father, and he's got to blend into the village and try to get revenge. And then there's like some other shit that goes on that's like certain twists and stuff like that. But it's a really dope film. Check it out. It's action packed. It's very it's not like super balls to the walls action throughout the whole movie, but when the action happens, it is some brutal ass shit. Like, people are getting fucked up in this movie, but it's really dope. Speaking of people getting fucked up, my number 4. Oh wait, I don't know how to spell. My number 4, RRR. Another movie
the hell
that was on. Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's an Indian movie. It's not Bollywood. I forget what it's called. It's the other version of Bollywood. But yeah, it is. This movie is like 3 hours. Now, this is a 3 hour long movie, Alex.
It is.
But I can watch it at home and I can pause it when I need to pause it, which I didn't really pause it that much left when I was laughing.
But the movie it's a comment. It's stupid. Like,
it is a goofy movie, but it's also badass. It's a weird balance of comedy, action, and drama, and revolution, and all. Anyway, so it's about these two guys who are like fictionalized Indian historical characters who never really met. This is basically okay. So, and to make this for Black people, imagine if they made an action movie where Martin Luther King and where Malcolm X and Nat Turner teamed up to just kill a bunch of white people. That's basically this movie. But it's Indian, and basically you got one guy who's like the protector of the people. And you got this one guy who I can't really spoil it, but he's on the other side. They come together and they end up fighting the British who are occupying India. Set in like I think it's like the 20s. I think it's before World War I, if I'm not mistaken. So basically, you get into their backstories. They got to save this girl, and they team up and they just start whooping ass. There's a lot of CGI animals in it that look really good for like CGI. And then, like I said, it gets into like buddy comedy type shit. But it's a crazy movie, but it's dope as shit. Check it out. It's on Netflix. RRR, Rise, War, Revolt. And it's somewhat like a Bollywood movie. So, it's got the music, dance sequences, and shit. It's like a musical. It's a bunch of shit in the movie, but it's fucking awesome. If you ever get the chance to check it out. My number 3 is... It's one that I think a lot of us had this at number 3 that I think about on our list, but Top Gun Maverick. Top Gun Maverick. Fucking awesome movie. Once again, I was a fan of the first one. I hadn't seen it in years, so I went back and rewatched it before I saw it in theater. Saw this with my mom because she loves Top Gun, and we had a fucking blast watching this. That theater was packed as shit. We was running late. We had to sit way at the bottom because the theater was packed. But it was a dope ass movie. As everything everybody said, the action is really good in terms of the filming the actors in the jets, which when I found out they were actually flying those planes for most of those scenes, I'm like, that's fucking insane. But it definitely helps with the entire movie. The acting is great. Tom Cruise does a great job. All the younger members of the new squad, they're all great. And fun characters. I don't know. Hopefully, it doesn't take another 20 years to make a sequel to this. I don't know if they're even going to bother making a sequel to this.
I don't think they should. Leave Maverick alone.
Yeah, just leave it alone, right?
Just leave it alone.
Yeah, but they ended it on a good deal, and I thought it was a real fucking dope movie. I was not expecting it to make $1 billion, but God bless him. And great for him. My number 2, which shouldn't be too obvious. I mean, it shouldn't be too surprising, is The Batman. Fucking love this movie. Some people will say it's too long, it's too out. I don't give a fuck. I loved all of it.
Man, shut up then.
I enjoyed it. I don't care because I was enjoying myself. It's a fucking awesome movie. It could have been 4 hours. I would have been like, I don't care. And I love it. It's great.
Well, tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you how I really feel. Robert Pattinson as Batman, I think is dope. He's definitely has room for improvement, which I'm fine with because, once again, it's early in his career. Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman. I think she is the best live-action Catwoman we've had. She's fucking amazing. What's his name? Paul Dano as the Riddler. Dope. Different take on the character. I enjoyed it a lot. I love the way they made the city look. I love the way they made, this sort of gritty, but not too serious, but it is serious. They're walking this weird line of like, is it going to be somewhat fantastical or not? I don't know. Colin Farrell's the Penguin, fucking amazing. Loved him. The makeup is great. Hopefully the show that they got coming is going to be good. I don't know. I did not care about a Penguin show, but after seeing this movie, I'm going to be there to watch it. So, yeah, The Batman was fucking awesome. And my number 1 film, which surprisingly, this is going to be a three-peat here, but it is Everything Everywhere All at Once. I fucking love this movie. Now I
check
will.
that out then.
Yeah, it's a dope movie. It's funny. It's action packed. It's very heartwarming. Now I will say disclaimer: I watched this movie in 2 parts. The first time I watched the first half of the movie, I was off of a gummy. Not saying that influenced. I'm not going to say that influenced my experience, but it definitely made this movie really fucking fun. And then the second part, I was sober and still love this movie. It's a wild adventure, focusing on this family and them just trying to save their business. And then, of course, weirdness ensues when the multiverse is collapsing. And I forget what her name was, but Michelle Yeoh's character has to. She's like a complete fuck up, but she's like the only one that can save the world. And it's like it's great. It's fucking great. And Cuba, one thing I will say, whoever did the stunt choreography, they're definitely a wrestling fan because there's a couple of moves in this movie when they get into fighting that are just straight up wrestling moves, and it's fucking awesome. It's great. It's a fun film, very heartwarming, and I was surprised that 3 out of the 5 of us had it on their list. So that was a bit surprising there, but yeah. As they're like their number 1 of the year. So yeah, that was my favorite movie of 2022.
Michelle, what's her name?
Michelle Yeoh.
Yeah. I was watching Babylon AD with Vin Diesel, and she was in there. So that came like 09. I just when you showed it, I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah. That's a throwback. Alex, any particular movie you want to shit on before we get up out of here? Or anything?
Black Adam can catch these nuts.
God damn.
Man, what was so bad about that?
Okay, let me point something out. The action in that movie was good. Think about this. Black Adam is such a disgrace. You instead of killing Black Adam, you put him in a tomb and leave instructions on how to get him out, just so one day whoever decides to visit Kahndaq, they can one day open Black Adam's tomb. Like, Black Adam was such a fuck up in the past. Instead of killing his ass, you lock him up where you essentially leave the key on the wall, and you say, hey, if you want him to come back, here's how to get him back. That's number 1. Number 2, the villain in that movie,
Sabbat.
Spock was so garbage. And by the way, I got tired of seeing that fucking kid that make no sense.
Man, that kid pissed. I will agree with you there. He pissed me off.
How the fuck you in a mother of a foot chase and you too busy skating down the stairs? Really? That was stupid. But also the villain was ass. Where the villain raises the dead, the demons of destruction, to terrorize the people of Kahndaq. All you needed was a fucking stick.
Yeah.
To beat the skeletons.
That did happen.
And you mean, so if I'm raising the dead, I'm talking about demons and shit. God, please, I'm not trying to raise demons. That's not
right.
But if I'm trying to do that shit, I'm not raising no fucking skeletons to terrorize people. I'm raising actual entities that can't be like down by fucking sticks. The movie was all over the place. The story was ass. The post-credit scene was good. It sucks the fact that we won't see it in the near future. But you know, the one thing I will say, which I thought was actually interesting, the fight scenes between the Justice Society and Black Adam were pretty cool.
Yeah, that was the best stuff.
I still kind of find it hard to believe that a Thenagarian like Hawkman can literally go toe to toe with Black Adam. Like, really? Like,
he can. He can to a degree, but he can't beat him. But he can to a degree.
Right. So, but it was that I love the action scenes in that, but the story was all over the place. Of course, when you summon Black Adam and he's laying down in that kid's room, the first thing he does is take out Superman's face. I'm like, okay. That's very direct to something. I'm like, and don't get me wrong. I felt like we were not watching Black Adam. We were watching Dwayne Johnson play a superhero.
I can see that. Yeah.
For instance, you know how when we look at Chris Evans, that is our Captain America. We see Captain America. I see The Rock in Black Adam. You know, like, he's not really playing a character. He's really playing
himself to a certain extent. Like The Rock walks around like a badass. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with The Rock. Not really. Anyway, you know, like
Vin Diesel.
So
Except
like,
for Vin Diesel, yeah. Vin Diesel will definitely try.
yeah, he'll try now. If he'll win, I don't know. You know, I'd be surprised. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, that movie in particular, the story was garbage. So that was one movie I went to shit on real quick. Another one, the Fablemans, that was garbage. I hate.
Okay, I didn't see that one.
And my last one would probably have to be hold on, actually I have it here. Let me pull it up real quick. Emancipation. I saw that movie.
Oh, you didn't like that?
I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen it.
It's okay. It's literally Django, but Will Smith.
Okay.
And it's okay, but I get the overall thread that Antoine Fuqua was trying to tell, but as a slave movie, I wasn't with it. So
Okay.
Allegedly, Will Smith was, he was cast as Django when it came out.
Yeah, he was going to be, but then he said, I can't do something, because I guess because it was too much cursing or something, so he was like, I can't do something like this. So.
Well, he wanted to make Django like a love story, I think. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, that's right. He did say something like that, which it is, but anyway, it's like revenge. Anyway, okay. Any movies you hated, Cuba?
Well,
you didn't care for?
Now you go ahead.
Okay. For me, number one, I didn't even finish this fucking movie. This was going to be a hate watch, and then I realized there's no point in watching it because it's just fucking terrible.
Oh no! I got one when you finish. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, that the Texas Chainsaw, I think that came out earlier this year.
Oh yeah,
that was fucking ass. I hated that shit, man.
I heard people was pissed at that one. Yeah.
Oh my god, bro!
There's a reason why it went straight to streaming first.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Look, listen to this, all right? Because you had the scene. I don't know. Fuck, I'm gonna say it anyway. They're on the bus. He slaughters everybody on that damn bus.
Right.
And then, cause it's like one of them fake ass towns, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And this lady, oh my god, she allegedly was from like the very first Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I think it was on a trip way back when. He kills everybody but her, and then she confronts his ass in one of the rooms. She has a chance to kill his ass then, and she doesn't do it. And all of a sudden he leaves. I think he leaves, and then she wants to get her shotgun and then try and kill his ass, and then he offs her. I'm like, bitch, she was right there with the shotgun right there. But
makes no sense.
Yeah.
Another movie. Now that I think about it, I didn't really like was Nope.
That was up there. I had that on there, but I was like, I ain't gonna put it on there.
I was waiting for somebody to say Nope.
It was
good or
good,
bad, but yeah.
It was good, but like, I think Jordan Peele needs to go back to the drawing board in terms of telling some of these stories. Like,
I agree with you on that one, Alex. I agree.
The only reason why I say that is because they're almost too alike. Like, you're trying to make it sink. You're trying to tell a philosophical story about how people deal with race. I get it, but I think using a monkey alien to do that was not. I think
this one was more about animals than just. Race was
that too. But I mean, like, the one thing I can say that I related to in that movie is when shit was going down and people were like, yo, you want to try doing this? And you're like, nope. Yeah, black people do that. Like, I'm not. If it ain't something that I'm cool with, I'm gonna say nope. I'm not fucking with it. I didn't even see it. You know, and I think the play on words of OJ.
Oh yeah.
Of OJ being in the movie was dope, but I did not like Nope. Nope was very disappointing.
What you think of Keke Palmer's character? I thought she was too jokey.
No, I really liked her character.
She was fine. I liked her, especially towards the end. I liked her a little bit more. Yeah, I didn't hate her, but yeah, my some people I know didn't really care for her in the movie. I thought she was fine.
Well, so you said he was monk, so they had the ship, right? Because I have to go back and finish watching like last 30 minutes. So you saying the ship was full of monkeys?
No, the ship was an actual being.
Oh,
I'm not gonna spoil it for you, Q.
I mean, like, I'm not like that.
I'll watch it. I mean, I'll watch it.
It's not a spoiler. Like the ship, like no one gets off the ship. Like the ship is the alien.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I didn't get. I'm like, okay, it's just there, and they still doing what they got to do in that town, and the shit's just there. Like, if it scoops them up, it scoops them up. All right.
Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, for me, movie that I saw that It was this. It was the Monsters. It's fucking terrible. I got like what 45 minutes into it, and I was like, why am I watching this? This is fucking awful. It's on Netflix. Wow. It's god awful. I was gonna try to hate watch it so I could be part of the wave, but I couldn't do it.
It looks like a really bad porno without the fucking.
I wish it was a bad porno. That would have been entertaining. It's like it's like imagine a porn parody without the sex. That level of acting but like with better sex. But that's kind of how like same sort of lighting to a degree and dialogue almost, but like without the sex. So yeah, that's kind of it was bad. Another one, it's this is Critical's fault. Firestarter, because I reviewed it on his podcast. I'd never seen the original or the remake. The original is very mid, and the sequel or the remake is even worse. And it's worse because it knows how to be better and it decides to be worse somehow. It's fucking terrible. It's on Peacock. Don't watch it. This was lastly added to my list, and I'm sorry, Cuba, but it's The Gray Man.
You like it?
I didn't. It was the most basic ass action movie I've seen in my life. I love the directors. They did, Endgame and Civil War and Winter Soldier, like Marvel movies that I love. They worked on Community. They're great directors. Not with this. This was, like I said, the most basic ass action movie I've ever seen. They wasted all this money on it. Chris Evans was great. My problem is this fucker right here.
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling is trash in this movie. Because all he does is stands there and mopes.
Yeah.
He don't do anything cool. He don't say nothing cool. This motherfucker was in a rolling down a hill on a bus, getting chased by these dudes shooting at him. He jumps off the bus and sits in the car and says nothing, no reaction to nothing he just went through. He just sits there and they drive. I'm like, what the fuck is this movie? The plot is very basic. It's like, I don't know why Netflix spent so much money. And like, I didn't hate the movie, but I finally got around to watching it, and it was the most mid fucking movie I've ever seen in my life. I was like, what was it? Anyway, Ryan Gosling's a bit overrated. I've only seen him in 2 movies where I thought he was either funny or the moping shit actually worked. And that was Drive, where he's like very stoic. That's a really dope movie. Drive is lit. And he was in The Nice Guys. That's the movie where he's actually like funny and comedic and, being a human being. Yeah, he's great. But none of that was in this movie, and I needed it. Chris Evans fucking killed it. Everybody else was pretty good. Alfred Woodard was really good. Billy Bob Thornton, I thought was going to be a bad guy, but he wasn't. Big shock. I was surprised by that. But yeah, other movie, Jurassic World Dominion.
Oh yeah, that was.
I ain't seen the second one.
It was okay, I guess. Not good, but I like the cast. The cast is the thing that kind of saves it, but the story is fucking ass.
But you do ask yourself during the whole time, why am I going back to the original cast of Jurassic Park to solve this issue when they don't know essentially what you've gotten yourself into?
That's a good question. You're not wrong about that, Alex. You're absolutely not wrong about it. It's called nostalgia. Star Wars did it, so they got to do it, I guess. I don't fucking know. Another disappointment. Not a bad movie, but I was disappointed by was Lightyear. I was very disappointed about Lightyear. Mainly because they didn't know what the fuck they were doing with this movie.
I like the movie, but like you said, this is not the Buzz Lightyear I know.
Yeah. I wanted this, and they gave me something else and told me it was Buzz Lightyear. It's not really Buzz Lightyear.
And Zurg was never a future clone of Buzz, so that shit was stupid.
Ass. Yeah, that was ass. And Taika Waititi, this was the movie that also, I think, for a lot of people, made them realize, like, we need a break from Taika Waititi. Like, he was not good.
Yes.
We need a break from him.
I mean, I think that movie would have been better if they actually gave us the cast of Buzz Lightyear and Star Command, of the actual aliens, a part of the actual Starfighter group. You give us a whole new cast of characters, and they vibe, but they don't know what they're doing,
Yeah, a bunch of jokes, and I'm like,
it would have been. Could you imagine having that little robot telling jokes and shit? Like, that would have been funny.
Yeah, although I like the cat. The cat was probably the best out of everybody in here. He was probably the best one. But yeah,
there's another one. I don't know if I'm even finished watching. Honestly, Leatherface. Did that come out this year or last year? It's on I think HBO Max.
No idea. Never
Yeah,
heard.
leather. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me see. I don't like it as like talking about it was fucking ass. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's something.
My last disappointment, which a lot of people really was mad with. I wasn't mad at it, but I was disappointed by Thor: Love and Thunder. And it's not the god awful, but it's not the best. This guy was wasted, and I fucking hated these goats.
Oh no, that came out 2016.
I fucking told y'all these goats were fucking ass.
Yeah, I don't like how they've made Thor like the butt of all jokes. Like, I'm not saying Thor is not supposed to be the comedic relief, but like, it's like
I'm gonna go after you. I'm gonna go after you. Go ahead.
But Thor gave a shit about his people. In this movie, it just felt like he was playing with their lives. So
yeah, he was kind of goofing off a little too much. We should get Q.
I thought he did that in Ragnarok, man. To me,
he did.
But Ragnarok, everybody liked Ragnarok, but that's why I didn't like it. Cause that's the only time I seen it was in theaters. I'm like, man, he's too jokey, man, like Tony Stark's.
But I think the difference is that he was being jokey to the villains of, okay, yeah, I'm joking with you, I'm antagonizing you with my jokes, but I know I can beat your ass. Versus like like he's joking with the kids who are being trapped.
Yeah.
Like making jokes like, I don't know if I can save you. Why would you say that? Like,
yeah, right, yeah.
You know?
Never meet your heroes, they always suck or something like that.
Exactly.
Which was kind of funny, but it was also like, yeah, what are you doing right now, bro? But yeah, it was a little, and then Korg, I'm done with Korg. I wish he would have stayed dead, but I'm done with Korg. Yeah. Jane Foster was fine, I guess. I don't know.
I would love to see a Disney Plus series with Deadpool and Korg. Oh my god, that show.
Oh god, that sounds like a nightmare.
That sounds so funny.
That sounds kind of funny. If it's like maybe 10 minutes, I can get into it. But other than that, like a whole special presentation, nah, I'm good on that. So that was the year of some of our favorites and least favorite stuff in terms of movies and shows. Anything, y'all? What's one thing you're really excited for in 2023? We can wrap up with that. I'm gonna let you go, Cuba. Any particular? It doesn't have to necessarily be a movie or a show. It's just be a video game or whatever. Any?
I'm not really sure. Fuck. You know, go to Momentum. I got
all right.
Thanks.
Alex, you got something?
The one thing that I would say that I'm interested in, which is kind of in tandem with one another, is Across the Spider-Verse.
Okay.
That's one. And, that's one.
And Marvel Spider-Man 2, the video game.
Yeah.
Those characters are actually in Across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
So whether they have a pivotal part or not, I don't know. But when I actually interviewed Yuri, who voices Peter in the games, he I can't tell you what he told me off camera, but basically there are some parts that he filmed extra that they're going to use for either the game or the movie, and I can't wait to see.
Okay.
So that's why I'm like really, because like Across the Spider-Verse comes out, I believe, the spring, and then the fall, Marvel Spider-Man 2, the game, comes out. So I don't think there's really a direct connection per se, but if there is, it's cool how those things are coming out back to back. So
okay, shitload of films I'm looking forward to next year. Guardians Volume 3. Oh yeah, did y'all see the Disney Christmas special?
Guardians? Yeah, I did. Yeah, that was good. I fucked with that.
Kevin Bacon to kidnap his ass, but Batista was fucking hilarious.
Wait, correct me. Wasn't Kevin Bacon in Moon Knight?
No, that was Ethan Hawke.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And then the was it Ant-Man with Quantumania that has Jonathan Majors. I want to see the movies from him. This one, I want to see Aviator, and then the Creed 3.
You mean Devotion?
Huh?
I mean Devotion, not Aviator.
Well, wait, he's like the black pilot.
Yeah, Devotion. Devotion.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
name.
he's an aviator in that movie. It is called Devotion.
Yeah.
Okay, and they got the Aquaman comes out, and then Transformers: Rise of the Beast. I didn't know Fast and Furious 10 comes out as well, so I look forward to that.
I'm actually really excited to see that movie. I mean,
Really?
Brie Larson, Jason Momoa. I mean, damn, that cast is stacked.
It's a crazy cast.
It is.
Good
I
luck
didn't
to
know they
them.
was coming out with an Expendables 4. I thought they was done with the Expendables.
Yeah, I forgot about. Yeah, they are doing the 4. Is that coming out next year though?
That's what it says, 2023. Because you
Oh,
got the
shit.
one actor from oh my god, do you know the film? Well, it was a TV show, The Wu Assassins, on Netflix. The Wu.
I've heard of it.
I think
I've
they had
never
a
seen it.
movie. Well,
Uh-huh.
he was in that series. Then the spinoff was the movie. That guy, I guess he's gonna be the villain in Expendables 4. The Indonesian actor. I
Okay.
forget his name.
Okay.
He's fucking great, man. He could fight his ass off. He got many movies on Netflix. But yeah, also the Mario movie, the Chris
Yeah.
Pine,
Oh,
yeah,
that
yeah.
looks good. Yeah.
That looks like that could actually be good.
Jack Black as
Spike
Bowser.
Chris Pine. Chris Pratt. Spike Chris
Oh,
Pratt.
Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah.
For me, it's definitely Spider-Verse would be on that list. Yeah.
Spider-Verse. Yeah.
Spider-Verse would be on that list. Guardians 3 would be on that list. Shazam 2. Hopefully that's going to be good, even though,
The first one.
it's going bye-bye. Indiana Jones 5, I'm looking forward to. But the biggest thing I'm really interested in seeing, it's not really a movie, it's more of like an event, and that is James Gunn taking over the DC universe. I just want to see where the hell that's going. I'm all
I
in.
mean, you pretty much are getting an eyeful of that right now to an extent.
Yeah.
I did a vid on that.
I'm excited to see where we're going with that. That's like my biggest thing. Transformers might be good. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't watched the Transformers movie since the third one. So I guess I got to go back and watch Bumblebee just to get in the mood. But hopefully Beast Wars is good. Because that was when, we're all around the same age. So like when I was a kid, Beast Wars was Transformers. I didn't even know about the cars for until they brought that shit back.
My first Transformers was the Cheetah Transformer.
Yeah.
So.
Cheetor.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So hopefully that movie's good. I don't know. The guy that did Creed 2's directed it, and I thought Creed 2 was pretty good. Creed 3 looks like that's gonna be lit too. So
Michael B. Jordan will be directing it. Sylvester Stallone's not in it.
Fuck, that's right. He is directing it. Yeah. Hopefully that's good because I fuck with Jonathan Majors. So yeah.
But
All right.
It's also the gaming. I mean, like you said, Spider-Man 2. I thought second was I guess is not considered Miles Morales. That's just
No, that's not considered. Yeah,
It's
that's just a spin-off, I guess.
Yeah, well, because it takes place a year after the first one where Miles has his powers. So they have to get Miles right in order for us to get Spider-Man 2. Because I don't know, from what I've been hearing and people I've talked to, this game is probably going to be Game of the Year 2023. I mean, because mind you, I think, and I'm gonna be honest, the first Spider-Man game, that PS4 Spider-Man game, is the best Spider-Man game ever created.
Facts. I love that shit.
Oh my god, there hasn't been a Spider-Man game that I can even compare to.
I loved it.
Other than Miles Morales.
I did the side missions and all that.
So if they're gonna put Venom and Kraven and Green Goblin and other villains that we didn't get yet, and mind you, we haven't even dived in to all of Miles's Rose Gallery. Oh my god, it's gonna be. And here's the thing: Miles actually gets a symbiote suit too. So what if he gets it? So that shit.
That's gonna be lit.
I keep picturing a scene where either Peter's gonna have to fight Miles or Miles is gonna have to fight Peter.
I can see that.
That's gonna be lit.
I can see that. Yeah. Yeah. I can't wait, and I can't wait to hear more about that Wolverine game too. I want to see what else.
Oh yeah. I haven't heard shit from that other than that damn teaser trailer. But that Hogwarts Legacy, I want to play that. The Jedi Survivor.
Yeah, that looks dope.
Forspoken. I got the demo. I heard people ain't like that. I think it's just a bunch of fighting and no story or some shit. I don't
It's
know,
okay.
You played it?
I played it. Yeah, it's all right. I mean, it is a lot of fighting, but it's like it's all over the place. Like you fight, and there's like a lot of jump cuts that don't necessarily make sense, but it's okay.
Okay, but yeah, I mean that. And then I think the Suicide Squad game come out next year too.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah,
I'm not excited. If it's
I'm
anything like
excited.
if it's anything like Gotham Knights, fuck that game. I'm
No,
sorry.
because it's Rocksteady's. So
Didn't Rocksteady do Gotham Knights?
No, that was the WB Montreal. WB Games Montreal.
Okay.
Yeah, it's different developers.
Okay.
That game is. I haven't beaten it. It's just I think the last Batman game was better than that Gotham Knights because it was hyping up
Arkham
Gotham
Knight?
Knight. Arkham Knight, yeah.
Yeah, Arkham Knight was lit. And if you play that game, play Arkham Knight on PlayStation 5 with that controller. Oh my god, that shit is lit. Yeah,
I got it on this bitch.
Okay. Well, let's bring this to an end. This has been great. Glad to have y'all here. I'm gonna let Cube. I'm gonna let you go first. Let people know where they can find you, bro.
Find me at the newly Cupid Starks YouTube channel. I just made on the 22nd. I got that. Gonna be doing hopefully movie reviews, TV show reviews, and trailers for movies and trailers as well, TV shows as well. Reactions. That's what it's based off of. Basically, I'm not gonna do exactly what Tyrone Magnus is doing, but something along those lines and still do my sports shit. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna just mix it all in, and hopefully YouTube don't fuck this one up. And I still got my gaming channel, Cupid Starks Gaming. Subscribe to that as well.
All right.
Oh, by the way, they got a Horizon. Oh, that's VR. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Alex, go ahead. Let people know where they can find you, bro.
You can find me at Momentum Media. We are going to be doing a lot of big things in the upcoming new year. Before we get into the new year, I will put out a video basically kind of detailing what we're going to do. We're going to put out the last 2 episodes of Real Debate Season 3 to help start off Real Debate Season 4. So I'm coming up with topics with that now. Also, we're going to still get more celebrity interviews, and also the Ask Alex show will definitely still be the flagship show on Momentum Media, along with the interviews that we do. We're going to actually, and I can announce this now because I locked down one, we're going to have sponsors for going into the new year. So when you'll see me wearing different apparel of those sponsors, if you like our videos, if you like what we talk about, support us. So help supporting us will be supporting our sponsors as well. So there's going to be a lot of different things added, and also we're going to be going more of in a movie acting director drive for the channel. So you're going to see monologues, even little mini short films here and there, because in 2023. I'm slated to shoot my first theatrical film, which we'll do in March.
Oh shit!
So I'm doing that. I'm going to be doing that in March. So, but in the meantime, I'll have content to fill out that time as I'm preparing for that. So it's going to be 2023 is going to be a big year, and it's going to. Oh, go ahead.
Is it going to be like a short film or what is it like?
It's going to be it's going to be in the. According to the DGA, it will be a short film because it is under 90 minutes.
Right.
It will be about an hour and like maybe 20 minutes.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna name what it is just yet, but it's an original superhero that that I created here in Orlando, and it's literally going to be Batman ain't got shit on this motherfucker. So I can't wait. I can't wait to get into it.
Black superhero?
Yeah, black superhero. Yeah. No superpowers. Like we in this shit. Like just think Batman mixed with Jason Todd mixed with Green Arrow season 1. Like, oh my god.
Okay.
Mixed with John Wick.
Yes, right. John Wick.
Right.
Fucking people up. So it's gonna be. I can't wait to start doing that. It's gonna be dope, and then I'm gonna put that in film festivals, and then once it's done, I'm gonna have conversations with Netflix and Hulu, and whoever has the best deal, it could be on one or the other.
You might, don't take this the wrong way. You might need to hit up Tubi because they letting everybody put their shit on there. Like, I don't know what the payout. I don't know what the payout is on that though.
That's true. The reason why I have not reached out to Tubi is because Netflix and Hulu has said if it does well on their service, they will give me funding for the next movies.
Okay.
I don't think Tubi. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know what they're. Yeah, I don't know.
Because it's free, right?
I mean, yeah, the app is free. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know.
Crackle. They got now. They got ads. Well, before.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, ads.
Yeah, like if you watch a movie on Tubi, you will run into ads.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what we'll be doing, and we'll be doing in 2023, and I'll still be collaborating with Brogi and Cuba. And by the way, that Tory Lane's comment, you know where to find him. Don't come to me.
If y'all scrub through this, that was fucking hilarious.
Hey, man, I like Tory, dog.
Yeah, that was a weird situation. So yeah, well, great having y'all guys. Yeah, as for me, for the channel, still looking to grow. Probably expanding on the editing and all of that. But I will say, this channel in the future, especially if it goes well, this will be you've heard of the Snyder cult. This will be one of the spearheads of the gun cult. If things do go right, I'm just gonna warn you right now. This channel will be
as well.
James Gunn 24/7. If it goes that way, I'm gonna warn you now. We're gonna be all in on this end of the channel, but we're gonna be probably doing more movie news stuff. Definitely more collabs, more live streams, and stuff like that. But the usual, trying to get things going and just get better with the channel and all that. Saw some movement towards the end of the year, and I appreciate that. So, excuse me, a lot of new subscribers. Hope y'all stick with me, and we'll gain more as the year goes on. But I want to thank these guys for being with me, and everyone else that was on the stream, D and Critical, and everybody else I've collaborated with over the year. Good luck to y'all. Good luck to me, and positive energy is out there. And hoping that movie project goes well, Alex. That's fucking dope as shit right there.
Thank you.
I'll definitely be there to check that one out wherever it drops. And if you put out a GoFundMe or something, I got you out. I'll definitely drop something on that as well. So yeah.
Hey man, you better get me on one of them shits. No, I'm fucking with you.
There'll be a walk on in the background and some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be the first person to get shot for talking shit. Who's that talking shit?
Hey, at least I'm on it. Hey, mama, I made it.
Cuba, real quick. I subscribe to your gaming channel. I see you play Sonic Frontiers. Is it really good? Is it good?
From what I played, it's been over a month. But when I played it, it was pretty legit. Yeah, I like it.
It just doesn't look cool to me. I don't know. That's why I've been hesitant to buy it.
It was on the Wii. I thought it was going to strictly be on the Wii, but eventually, no, Switch. My bad, Switch. Nintendo, fucking same thing. Mm-hmm. But now it's on the PlayStation 5 now. So I'm like, well. Oh well, but yeah, I'm gonna get back on it though. I'm gonna start streaming my games because I was doing videos, but it's like I don't have time to wait for YouTube to render or to upload the video. Man, I got shit to do.
Yeah, so it does take a while
because you constantly recording gameplays, and then you gotta render it and then upload it. That takes a minute. So I'm like, I'm gonna just strictly stream it, but. Is what it is.
All right. Well, I'm gonna end this. Like I said, y'all enjoy yourselves in the new year. And we'll continue to do this again. But this has been fun. This is definitely the longest live stream I've done.
This shit is a 7-hour one before.
Fucking Jesus. Yeah, I know. This man being live streams for 9 hours. Like I don't know how he does it. But
oh wow.
Yeah,
I don't do it like I used to. I go on other people's live streams now.
Yeah, well, he be in other people's live streams, and that should be. I'm going to sleep at 5. I wake up at 1, and that stream is still going. I'm like, what the fuck have y'all been doing? So I don't know how they do it. It'd be weird shit. But anyway, we're going to end this. To people watching, don't forget to like the stream, share, and subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to all my guest channels, and stay tuned for more. All right, peace.
Peace, you guys.
And
Yeah.
hit the end